Okay. Giving it about another few seconds. Just gonna let things peter out. Don't know how well this is gonna work, but I want to do it regardless. Make sure audio is still kept up. Giving it about another few seconds. Okay, we're good. So, hi everyone. It's me, Matt. Wolfies. So, I wasn't lying when I said yesterday was one of the hardest days I've ever had to endure. It was a very, very terrible end to a otherwise beautiful life for, but it's something that you can't exactly avoid. So, this stream is going to be dedicated to my late dog, Daisy Rose. She was a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful golden lab. And, you know, it's dedicated to her, and I brought up the golden pup for, you know, a reason here. But she passed away in her sleep while she was in bed with me yesterday, and by the time we could have gotten her to a vet to take care of her, it was about 2 hours away, and it would have been 2 hours of her not breathing, which wouldn't have helped anyone. So, I should probably turn off the HUD since I'm not going to be doing anything like needlessly big here. The hell is the HUD? There it is. Wait, no, wrong one. Where? You'd think I would know this playing this game this long. Gameplay? Yes, HUD. Off. So, anyway, this stream is dedicated to her specifically because there were a lot of days I was at my absolute lowest point that the only thing I had to really bring me up wasn't anything materialistic, wasn't anything fantastic. It was her, and she was the best part of my life. So, in order to honor her for this stream, I have with me here little Robo Boy. I got him maybe about 2 days ago before she ended up passing. And with this little tyke right here, he comes with, once you pet him enough times, he comes with his own tracker. Now the tracker keeps track of how many times you pet him in, you know, before you lose the ability to. I don't know when. I don't know when Bungie's going to do that. Now I hope they never do because honestly he's adorable. But when I first got the Robo Dog, it was a big meme with me. I was like, oh, you can do this, and, you know, there's an in-game tracker, so why don't I just get obscenely high for no reason? Well, I did that, and I was kind of content with it being at, oh, I don't have it on this one. Where is it? It would have been a lifetime, I think. No, seasonal. Second page. Yep, Good Boy Protocol. I've already pet this dog 1,000 times just for the sake of the meme itself. But when Daisy had passed, later on into the night as I was mulling it over, I realized, why would I give this dog several 100,000 pets when I could have given them to her? And then it kind of realized me. It kind of, you know, hit me all at once. I need to pet this dog because I can no longer do so to her. And, you know, that little thing that had no meaning then becomes meaning. It's not 1,000 pets that I gave to this dog instead of her. It's 1,000 pets I would give to her. So, for the entirety of this stream, I'm going to be inflating up this number as much as I humanly can. My goal is either 100,000 or 1,000,000, depending on which one, you know, seems more doable, or which one seems doable, given how long it's going to take. Because I think I got to 1,000 in right around an hour, maybe. But regardless, I'm going to be doing this because, well, for lack of a better term, what else can I do? But it's not all going to be just me petting this dog for several hours, because I have also set it up to where I'm going to be playing a slideshow of all my favorite photos of Daisy. Now, granted, it's not a very long list, but there's still ones that make me smile when I see them, so... again, I'll be going over all of my memories of my dog, starting from the beginning, as early as I can remember. And I can't promise to the, time flow of all of these events. It's going to be very much an ebb and flow of as I remember them. But, it's still one thing I want to do regardless. So, I'll go ahead and cue up the slideshow with some of the favorite. The great starts off with a video of when we got her as a puppy and she had fallen asleep in her food dish. Always a beautiful one. That one was taken about maybe a year ago. But I'll go ahead and let them... Oh god, those... That's sad. Daisy was such a sad looking dog. She always looked like she had the weight of the world on her shoulders. It was only when I got older I realized she had the weight of my world on her shoulders, since she was always there to pick me up whenever I needed it. That was the day we first got her, when I picked her out of the, picked her up out of the, breeders. That was when we brought her home, and one of the first spots she fell asleep in was a laundry basket. I set this one to play on a random assortment of these photos, so maybe I should just do a regular slideshow without randomizing. That would be her in my brother's car with her big brother Duke. Duke is only about a year older than she is. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to make sure that these play in sequence. Okay, there we go. That way it shows all of them at the same time as opposed to one at a time, or as to a few times multiple. But that being said, again, I'm going to be petting this dog in the background, and as I see them coming up on the screen, I should probably pull that up on the other side so I can keep in time with when they're getting pulled up. Okay, that'll work. Still enough for me to be able to read chat if anyone's out there. In either the case, probably should turn on the HUD at least for a little bit so I can see the prompt. Because the good thing about this is, whenever you activate the thing, it sparks up multiple times, so you can hit it multiple times while you're still actively petting the dog. So, I'm going to be doing this for probably about the next few hours and going over things as I can. Again, the goal is to get up to, at the very least, 100,000, which it took about maybe an hour, maybe less, for getting to 1,000, so we'll just see where we go. But, what was it? That previous photo was her and Duke, a little bit after we had first brought her home. Maybe about a few months. Oh yeah, I also had music I was going to put on in the background. God, I'm so disorganized right now. No, don't start there. There we go. I need to turn down that volume just a bit. Okay. I'm just very bad at this. Okay. Anyway. We're gonna keep going on it. See where we can go through this. We're gonna pull back up the... That would be Daisy by the pool. She and Duke both loved going into the water. She was very much a water dog. Anytime we'd open up the pool, she'd be right behind Duke to get in. Duke was more enthusiastic about getting in the pool, but she wasn't. Well, I mean, she was, it's just she wouldn't go in without Duke. There were a few times, because before we closed down the pool each year, we always throw like a lattice over the steps into the pool so the dogs couldn't get in, and then we have to dry them off. But when we did that, eventually Daisy, I don't know if it was just her being stubborn or if she was really smarter than she looked. She would like nudge the lattice over the side of the steps so that she could actually crawl inside and sit down in hot days. And I didn't blame her. She was a very, very smart dog. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to go ahead and there's her cuddled up in my blanket that I had gotten. Thankfully, she seemed like she liked it. Let me start at the beginning. And hey, you know, there's the photo. So, Daisy was a birthday gift to me, which was done about maybe a month in advance of my actual birthday. Because my birthday is in November, and when we had gotten her, it was about maybe, I want to say close to about 3 months after we had to have our second dog put down. He was the dog before we got Daisy was by the name of Cracker. Now, a little bit of history about Cracker was he was born on the 4th of July, so when we got him, we named him Firecracker. Which was ironic because he was very scared of fireworks. He would always be, you know, hiding down at the lowest part of the house underneath something if, you know, he heard loud noises. Which honestly translated a little bit to Daisy because Daisy also hated loud noises. But when we got Daisy, and me and my mother went to go pick her up because my grandfather had given us the money to go get Daisy after we had put Cracker down. Because throughout the majority of my entire life, we were always a 2-dog family. Having one dog in the house, it's always fine, but, you know, dogs are very sociable creatures, and if they can't, you know, get attention from somebody, then they need somebody else to go for. Plus, it makes the dogs friendlier, such and such, go on. When we had gotten Daisy, myself and my mother were on the car ride home, and she goes to me and she says, well, she is your gift, why don't you pick out a name for her? And you know, up until this point, I hadn't really thought of it, but I knew very early on that eventually when I either got my own dog or had the ability to, that I wanted a dog named Rose. So she was going to be my little Rosie. But my mother apparently had her own plans, so she immediately goes, Rose, that isn't much of a dog's name. Why don't you pick another flower like Daisy or something? And, you know, I was kind of a little mad because, one, she asked me what I wanted to name it and then kind of refused the name altogether. But I decided to try to meet her in the middle, so we ended up calling her Daisy Rose. My mother has a very stubborn way about her, so she never actually fully, you know, went on to call her by that name. Let me turn down the music volume just so it's more background music than anything else. She never actually went on to call her Daisy Rose. I mean, she did towards the end, but, you know, took much like poking and prodding. Pretty much every other member of the family adopted Daisy Rose pretty early on. My mother was the only one that continually referred to her as Daisy May. And it wasn't until a number of years later that I learned why. Because my mother, back when she owned this little white Mazda, and we were going up a hill next to our house with a decent-sized storm, you know, pounding on the windows and doing all that. We were driving up a hill, and she, like, leans forward to try to be more dramatic and, like, pets on the hood of her car, or the dashboard of her car. And she goes, come on, Daisy May, you can make it. And my first thought is, you wanted to name our dog after our fucking car? Are you kidding me? But I don't know if she just, like, heard the name on some program she watched and thought, oh, that's a cute name, I'll use it to name the dog. And if I can't name the dog, that, I'll name the car that. I'd still like to believe she tried to name our dog after our car, but I digress. When we had gotten her home, it was a little bit of a different story than what had happened when we adopted Duke. Because Duke, we adopted not shortly, it was a few months still. A few months after we had to put our first dog down, Kramer. Kramer was an old fart. We had gotten him from my cousins, who had held on to him for, I don't remember how long they had done so, but we got him when he was already like maybe a year or two old. And the interesting thing about Kramer was a year and a single day younger than I was. So we were born right around the same time, and when we had gotten him, my first memories are him in the house. He was the eldest thing that I knew. Like, back to my first memories, I remember Kramer. Kramer was with us for about, I want to say 14 years after that point. He had passed away in, I want to say, my sophomore year of high school. And after we had to have him put down because of his old age and he wasn't able to walk, everything that he did like caused him pain. It was just a lot different of a time. When we had to have him put down, it was a few months later, we kind of realized we were a two-dog household after only being left with Cracker and seeing how depressed Cracker was. So we went to go pick up Duke, and when Duke was picked up, it was a bit of a different story because I didn't name Duke. Duke was more of a gift from my brother, who at the time was very heavily into Duke basketball. I don't know if it was a direct him naming after Duke, but I don't know if he directly named Duke after Duke basketball, but all I know is that after we named him that, there'd be many times that we would have Duke like move after places saying, "Oh, okay, let's go Duke, go Duke," yeah, like you're rooting for the basketball team. Anyway, when we had gotten Duke, it was a bit more of a surprise to me and my brother because, one, we were still kind of sad over the loss of Kramer. I mean, we had known that dog pretty much most of our lives. For me, almost my entire life. When we got Duke and brought him home, my parents wanted to show me something outside, and, they call me out, go down and get the thing, or go down to see the thing, and I see, Duke being held in the arms of my father, and from what my father tells me, my first reaction was, "Oh, puppy," and I ran out to go and sit down next to him. My brother was a little bit more reserved. He is a little bit of a more, I'm not going to say serious guy, but he doesn't know how to handle his own emotions when, they're about like overcoming grief and all that. So when we got Duke, it took him a while to warm up to Duke, but after then they became best friends. The opposite was true for me and Daisy. When I went to go pick up Daisy, and again, it was a few months after we had to put Cracker down, I had to go in and choose which dog I wanted from the breeders. And, I got over there. They were all running around in their outdoor cage. Wasn't exactly the cleanest thing, but to be honest, they're puppies. They poop anywhere they want, whatever. I saw this shy little girl just, huddled to the back of the crowd, sitting all by her lonesome with a little pink band around her neck. And I picked her up and, she looked like just the sweetest, gentlest thing I've ever seen. And the way that her fur pattern was, the gold around the ears and the darker color on her muzzle, reminded me so much of Cracker. So I picked her up and I said, "This one, I want her." And, we drove home with her that day. I think the breeders was like either an hour or 45 minutes away. I had a folded up blanket that I threw over my lap that she slept on throughout the entire thing. I guess playing with all of her brothers and sisters in that playpen were tiring her out. So we drove home with her, spent a day with her playing. That's where most of these puppy photos are coming from, was the first day we brought her in, and, she fell asleep. When we got her, I ended up trying to make a small little, I'm not going to say a habit, but I wanted to keep her close. Because I saw how much Duke liked to tear things up when he was a puppy, and I feared the worst for her, like she would chew through an electrical cable, so I always kept a close eye on her. She ended up being a very chew-happy puppy, but she would never chew things that were, hard to replace or anything. It seemed like she always preferred, chewing softer things. As the as time went on, I guess that imprinted on her a little bit to where anytime I was in the house, she'd end up following me. I might be getting ahead of myself here, but she, she, I said it for a number of years. She was basically my blonde shadow because anywhere I went, she was very close behind. When I would get home from work or school, she would follow me up to my room. When I'd get home from, work, and would come downstairs to drop off my groceries in recent years, she was right there with me. Usually to get up on her couch in the middle of the little area. I can probably center this, actually, now that I think about it. Does this work? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna move this into the center so people can at least see what I'm doing. It may not be necessary, but probably better than only getting half the information. Anyway. Daisy was a very, very gentle girl. If she wasn't getting attention from you directly, what she would do is she would either sit at the top of the stairs and whine at you, telling you, hey, love me, come over here, give me attention. Or she would come up directly next to you and you would feel either a paw at your leg or on the side of your hip telling you, hey, I'm here, love me. Some of my favorite memories of her are when I was sitting down here playing... Yeesh, that's still pretty out of frame, isn't it? Hold on. Kind of forgot how far out this is. Kind of the favorite things about her were that she was a quiet dog, but she would let you know what she wanted immediately when she wanted it. She ended up having quite a lot of energy to her, despite being a lazy dog most of the time, which might have earned her the title of Lazy Daisy. She definitely had her favorite spots in the house to lay down and sleep on. She was very particular in where she would lay down. Don't get me wrong, she would sleep on the floor if she had to, but if there was a couch available, she would take it at the first instant. One thing I did differently from when we got her from when we got Duke was because Duke was this, energetic little pup who, for whatever reason, my brother wasn't very much into when we first got him. I took it upon myself to, kind of watch over Duke. When I got Duke, I had set up a small, little pendant area inside of one of my closets that he could, have his toys and be able to, stay. That would keep him contained while, some of us were moving around in wheelchairs. We didn't want to roll over him. It was just something to, keep him close by, but not, caged in, shall I say, because we walk over, pet him, and all that. Because at that time, my setup was in my room. And when it was in my room, it was about maybe 2 feet away from him. So I could just reach over, pet him, give him attention when he wasn't asleep. But at night, at that point, it'd become a giant tradition for us to... What was it? Have the dog sleep in the bed with us. And because Kramer had always slept in the bed with us, I had gotten used to picking up the dogs and putting them in my bed. Duke rather, got the same treatment when he was first brought home. Although I probably should have thought that one through because Duke, I kind of forgot, puppies aren't potty trained very well. So about halfway through the night, I set him up on top of one of my pillows, made sure he was elevated so I didn't accidentally roll over him when I slept. But that was about halfway through the night. I felt a little bit of a trickle on my back. And I'm like, okay, well, dog has made a mess on my bed. Oh well, at least it's just pee. It's not like he pooped, which he then did on my carpet. But whatever, puppy time. I took Duke outside, let him run for a little bit. He ran around the God, the music's loud. Wish I could mute the thing for me. But Daisy was very, very, very... Daisy was a little different because, one, I remembered that from Duke. And when Duke ended up or when Daisy ended up coming by, I kind of said, okay, Mom and Dad, you can watch over her during the nighttime. I'll keep an eye on her during the day. And that wasn't for no reason. That wasn't just me being malicious. It was because when we had Duke, we had our older dog Cracker, and Cracker would only wake up if you woke him up. Duke, on the other hand, would let you know when he needed outside in the middle of the night. So when we had Duke, I kind of forgot puppies need to go to the bathroom every like few hours or so, because the dogs had gotten like, you know, improved bladders and all that, and they didn't need out quite as much. But when we got Daisy, it was a bit of a different story, because when I let her stay in Mom and Dad's room, Duke had a regular schedule that he needed out at certain times. So it really worked out well that, you know, when they let Duke out, they would also let Daisy out. Now that I'm a little older and more experienced with training pups, I know how to, you know, take care of that now, but back then it was kind of a new thing. I mean, Duke was the first puppy we had in literal years. And Daisy was a refresher course, but not exactly like, you know, she wasn't the most needy. Of course I say that, but she was a very, like, big whiner. Daisy was very whiny, but it wasn't out of, like, things like desperation or anything. She'd whine for attention and not much else. If she wanted food, she'd come up and nudge you. If she wanted outside, she'd, like, bark at you. She was very, very clear in whatever she wanted. The day that we brought her, well, I should say the week that we brought her home, we had already taught her to go up and down our steps so that we wouldn't have to carry her. But that was a bit of an uphill battle, and she didn't honestly want to do it most of the time, so I ended up carrying her anytime she wanted downstairs or upstairs. There was a day that I had brought over Cody and Ryan to, you know, honestly get to meet her and all that and have fun and all that. And so I went down to pick up Daisy, and I was basically doing the whole thing of, oh, look at how adorable she is. Isn't she just the best? She was a bit of a feisty thing as a pup. And so there was one, when I was doing that, I brought her like real close to my face, and I just hear her go, I'm like, all right, jeez. And I set her down because like she took a little nip at my nose. But she was a feisty dog, and she was very keen on, you know, letting you know when she was uncomfortable with something. There were a few days I got home from work to find that she had chewed something. It was mostly back when she was able to still jump up on my bed on her own. I would come home and find sections of my thermal quilt like torn to bits and have different pieces thrown everywhere. And I thought, damn it, that sucks. But what can you do? It's a puppy. Then I, you know, went against my better judgment and ordered a sort of wolf print, a print with wolves on it, like pillowcase. And it wasn't the best. It was thin and cheaply made, but hey, it had wolves on it, so it was my new favorite thing. Well, I came home about a week later, and Daisy had already chewed the zipper off of it, making the edge like really sharp to lay on, and if you weren't paying attention when you were sleeping, you'd get like a scratch on your face. So, I ended up throwing that away, but to be honest, I think she was just looking out for me, because that probably would have happened anyway. When we ended up introducing her to Duke for the first time, Duke was very, very gentle with her, shall I say. Because while he wasn't exactly, like, familiar with how to treat, like, dogs that were smaller than him, the only thing we had to compare him to was my grandparents, who would bring up their little dachshund. And that was very fair and far between when they would meet. So I don't think Duke fully grasped how big other dogs could be. When we brought her to Duke pretty much like just saddled right next to her. Don't get me wrong, there was the, you know, very normal thing of a dog like looking over to them and like trying to like nip and, bite just to see like where their boundaries lie. That's a very important thing for puppies to like grow up next to each other and like learn those boundaries so they know when they're hurting somebody else. Because if they don't, well, then they just have no idea and have to like feel out those barriers on their own. But Duke pretty much very quickly on realized that, okay, this thing is small, this thing is, very meek, I need to protect it. So he would get a little defensive when we started playing around with Daisy. He'd like nudge us out of the way when we started like getting a little too energetic with her, which didn't happen often, but still often enough to note. Eventually, she started like growing and getting very, 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 very big, as the photos indicate. She ended up getting to be a little bit smaller than Duke. Actually, that photo right there does a good comparison of it. When she got to be about that size was when we kind of realized, okay, she's pretty good on her own. We can not have to watch her too much. Because up until that point, we had, well, it was honestly a little before she reached that size, but she ended up being, I'm losing my train of thought, but when we first get puppies, it is very much our idea to kind of put them in a small kennel whenever one of us isn't around to watch them. Or that if one of us is around to watch them, that we put them in like an enclosed area so we can always keep an eye on them. Daisy, I don't remember if she took longer to get out of the kennel stage or was faster than Duke, but I remember there was some difference between them. Regardless, Daisy, when she got out of the cage stage, kind of was very... I'd say she was a smart dog. She was very, very smart about it. She would find things to chew that we wouldn't discover for quite a while. She never chewed wires. She never chewed cables. I think she just didn't like the feel of them on her teeth. But she would like take nibbles out of TV remotes that like had fallen on the floor. She'd like nip at like little blanket end tassels and all that. At one point we got home and she had chewed a few of the like curtain hanging downs, because back when we still had those specific curtains, they had like little plastic ends that hang low to the ground. She just got hold of one and just got him. Hey, I will say, if there's one thing Daisy taught me, it was just how deadly puppy teeth are. And I mean truly deadly. Like, because of how she would like to nip at softer items as opposed to harder ones like Duke did, you really got to feel the extent of how needle-like puppy teeth are. And of course I say that with disdain, but it's also a very fond memory. Like, puppy teeth and puppy breath, they're feelings you miss as soon as you don't experience them anymore. In any case, she ended up being one of the sweetest, most timid dogs I could ever imagine. I'm talking, if somebody raised their voice while she was in the house, you better believe she was looking for the nearest quiet spot to go and run to. I found her sitting under tables, I found her sitting under like chairs. Times that I was home and sitting at my computer, she would like saddle right up next to me on the opposite side of wherever the noise was coming from. Many times I'd reach down and like cover her ears to give her a little momentary, a little bit of a momentary like relief from the yelling, although I don't know how effective it was. Other times, it'd be like thunder, and she was never afraid of thunder like Cracker was. Cracker was afraid of like big, sudden, loud noises. He could stand like yelling and all that, but Daisy couldn't handle loud noises of any kind. Although she never seemed to mind thunder unless it like started shaking the windows. Everything else seemed completely fine. There were a few times during thunderstorms, late at night when we were already in bed, that I could feel her shaking in her like sleeping spot. So I did what any good owner would do. I shifted how I sleep to throw a blanket over her and wrap an arm around her and made sure that she felt safe where she was sleeping. Things that continue to go on with her. she really, really, really loved to beg for food. And that's thanks in no small part to my mother, because my mother has a desperate need to share her meals with people, be they me or her or her was it her husband or my brother or even the dogs. She would always share food with them, and so the dogs kind of got used to, if they're having a meal, go sit up next to mom. There's a chance you might get food. And I'm also guilty of it. There were times I'd sneak them a few pieces of food whenever I got the chance. She really got into their systems to do so. But Daisy, I learned she was slightly picky with whatever she would go with. She would only ever sidle up to me when she smelled meat or popcorn. Those were her two favorite things that I had. And because when I first started working at my current workplace, I would always pick up like a bag of beef jerky to go home and enjoy. You better believe, no matter where she was in the house, it wouldn't matter if she was in 3 separate rooms away with the door closed. If I so much as touched that jerky bag, she would immediately start finding me. There were times I didn't even make a single sound with that bag while I was eating, that she just immediately starts walking up next to me. And it was multiple rooms away. There's no way she could have smelt it. But even so, I was always very, very glad to share pieces of her when she came around. Who knows, maybe that's what ended up leading to a few health problems down the way, but to be honest, she never really had health problems. The most she ever actually had, medical-wise, was her ears. Her ears would constantly get irritated to the point that they would get like red and swollen. I shouldn't say swollen. They never sized up or anything. They would just turn red and would very clearly be very itchy to her. So I told my parents up and down, you gotta take her to the vet to see if there's like a solution for it. And as far as I know, it never really came up, because we would take them to the vet to like get their vaccines updated and all that. But as far as I know, they would never bother to ask, mainly because they wouldn't remember. But being completely honest, whatever. As long as she didn't scratch her ears, she was fine. Of course, that also meant you couldn't pet her behind her ears like you could Duke, but you know, as long as she was mostly okay, we kind of had to deal with it, or at least I had to kind of deal with it, because I really wanted them to try to get that fixed out so I could pet her behind her ears. But no, Daisy's favorite spot to be pet was not the ears. To be honest, the days that they weren't flared up and that she was completely fine with you touching their ears, she would still get like a very, very, I'm gonna say psychological pain, like that memory of like them being itchy, that she's nervous about you touching them. Like, don't do that. I'm gonna be very itchy from now on. No, Daisy's favorite spot to be pet was right on her back or right on her belly. The amount of times you would walk up to this dog and just see her flopped over on her back asking for belly rubs. If you had a nickel for every time you did, you could buy 13 houses. There was not a single moment in that girl's life where if somebody was walking towards her, she did not immediately roll over. She was so timid. Anytime somebody slightly taller than her approached, she had to immediately roll on her back. Which I loved her for, because, let's face it, a dog that willing to, you know, be submissive to anybody, you know, has the gentlest of intentions. She was a very sociable dog. It wouldn't matter who we brought around, she would be walking straight up to them and sniffing, just ready to say, "Hi, how are you doing? Pet me." It's very unreal to think she's gone now, but while I was at work today, I kind of came to a realization. Things like this I mean, hell, this stream right here, this isn't, a time to mourn her passing. This is a time to celebrate, to tell everybody how good she was, like what she meant to me. I mean, she was one of the dogs where once I started getting into the dating scene, she was there to pick me up when I had my first like few major breakups. No matter what happened in my life, I could always count on her to be there to ask me to pet her. Daisy was such a wonderful, wonderful, sweet dog, and I'd give anything to have her back. She, in a lot, of times, saved me from some of my darkest moments. When I went to college a few times, I couldn't find a passion project to work on. I couldn't find a subject that I was very interested in, like, maintaining. She wasn't I wasn't really, like, dedicated to it because my entire life my parents had pretty much given me everything I needed. And so latching on to something full-time, like school, never actually seemed like a beneficial thing, Because even when I messed up, it was always, oh, well, I'll talk to this teacher, see if they can get you an extension, yada, yada, yada. I was a very spoiled kid. And to be honest, that probably led to a lot of my problems with work ethic when I was growing up. There was always a way out of getting into academic trouble. Getting into responsibility trouble was a little different, but academic trouble, there was always a way out growing up. When I went to college, that no longer applied because my parents didn't know all the teachers in that school system. So, first year, went into it for engineering because I was starting to be an architecture main. Didn't work out. Flunked out of it pretty harshly. It was a devastating thing for my family because, they were putting through all this money to get me to college. And they ended up, it was... And I know this stream isn't about Duke, but the first time that I ended up flunking out of college, it was also the year that two of my grandparents had died. My grandmother on my father's side and my grandfather on my mother's side. My grandmother ended up passing while I was in high school still, and it was nearing the end of the semester for my senior year. In fact, when she did pass, it was right around the time that my school's prom was rolling around, so I was attending her funeral while everyone else was finding dates and all that. Which, to be honest, I didn't have a date. I didn't care. But my grandfather's death was a little bit closer to the ending of the first, college school system, or college school year to because I think he passed in, I don't remember if it was November or in October, but it was right around when I was nearing my first end of semester for college. She, because he ended up passing, and it pains me to say this, but I kind of, no, it was factual. I mean, let's face it was factual, but it was also my kind of maybe I'm just depressed about him passing away that I can't get into this. And that was my reasoning for it. When I got through and, I had flunked out the first time, I kind of decided, okay, maybe the reason I couldn't get into this was because it wasn't the major for me. I needed to find another major that, suited me a little bit better. So I ended up swapping over to I believe it was, I can't remember I think it was a digital media major. Because I was training to be a graphic designer. This was around the time I wanted to start going into YouTube and starting to make my own assets and everything and try to find a way to, make my setups a little bit prettier and all that. And while I did take a lot away from the classes, about advertising setups, keywords to use for, working with things and general design points, it didn't work out too well. I still ended up flunking out of that because, I I'll get over to why my personal belief is that I did not do well in the college setting, but the key point is I flunked out at that point. Graphics design did not work out. And so the third time I tried going to college, it was almost immediately after the first two, because my parents were very academically driven. They pushed me to go straight back in and find something to latch onto. As I ended up going through it, I decided to swap back over to engineering, because my thinking at the time was that I had, and this is all relevant towards Daisy because I'll get to that in a few minutes. When I had swapped back to engineering, my thought process was maybe I wasn't too into it, because, you know, when you're dealing with engineering, there's a certain number of, you know, tolerances and I'm gonna say, like, it's a lot of numbers. It's a lot of numbers of, like, you know, what takes steel, how much force does steel break? How much does it, like, how much can it support before it buckles under its own weight? Things like that. Like, you have to know a lot about materials and how they interact with each other before you can actually go into a field such as building buildings and such, because the moment that building fails, that's on you. But my thinking was I was just getting overwhelmed with how many numbers were there, and since I had already experienced those intro courses, maybe it would be a lot better to get into after that. Well, then I flunked out a third time. After the third time of, you know, flunking out and all that, because it wasn't just me going there for a major in engineering. I'd also decided to go in for a secondary minor in cybersecurity, because I figured, hey, that's probably going to be a, you know, smaller thing to get into, and, you know, it's always going to be relevant as we move on to a more digital age. But nonetheless, I tried going into it. When I did go into it, the teacher made a very grave mistake for a young adult like me. He basically said, you don't even have to stay a single day in this class. Pretty much everything you can learn, you know, from studying on your own. You don't have to attend the classes if you don't feel like you need the information. Which, to a very, very lazy individual like myself, was music to my ears. So, for about 90% of his courses, I never actually showed up. I took that as, hey, go sit in your car in the parking lot and do whatever. Which meant browsing a bunch of memes and videos on my phone, in pretty much an extended lunch period until I had to drive back home, or go to the next class the next day. But the time that I realized I was flunking out of, because I say I flunked out 3 times, it wasn't 3. I flunked out 2 times directly. Meanwhile, the third one, I was advised from that cybersecurity teacher, because I would still go in for occasional, occasional classes, just to, like, you know, keep up as best I could. I wouldn't understand anything about what was going on, but I would like check in. The teacher pulls me aside and he basically says, look, you're not passing this class. Both your assignments and everything, they're not coming through right. It would honestly be better for you to, you know, drop out of the class so it doesn't count as a failure towards you, because I already see you're on probation from your other 2 failings. And I said, okay. You know, it was I felt my heart drop in that moment, because this is my 3rd chance to, you know, get on my parents' good side for attending college and all that. I wanted to prove to them that I could do this, but here the teacher was telling me, you're not passing, it's better that you save your ass now, rather than trying to drag this out more than you can. And basically I, you know, begrudgingly said, okay. I first tried begging with them to, you know, get them to, you know, give me another shot and everything. But he was very steadfast. He knew exactly what he needed to do, and, you know, I just had to accept that. So I left the class, tears in my eyes, crying on the way as I drove myself home. I'm like, how the fuck am I going to explain this? What can I do? And so I talked to my dad about it, and, basically told him, I think I just need to not be in school for a while. Because when I first left high school, my first plan was, okay, I'm going to take a year off and then I'm going to start attending college. My parents didn't like that idea, so I got forced into it immediately. But I digress. When my grandfather had passed, he ended up leaving most of his grandkids a bit of money to, like, for inheritance. And so, my first thought was, okay, I can, use my certain debts to, or I can use this money to pay off certain debts while I either look for a job or try to make YouTube into a thing. YouTube, I was still very inexperienced on, so most of me doing was very, very bad streams that would cut out every so often, which I only later learned was because our internet was so shit. But they were not good streams. There were some funny moments, but I couldn't really get into work. And so I started falling into a deep, deep depression. That depression led me to some pretty dark places mentally. I kind of saw myself as running the meter, as, the money my grandfather had left me had gotten smaller and smaller and smaller, and I didn't know what to do with myself. When I ended up, giving away the last bit of that money to a debt, and then the bank ended up, like, sending me messages like, hey, you need to pay this fine, otherwise we'll need to pursue action, because, and this is a big thing, I did not have a credit card at that moment. Everything that I was accruing was based on direct savings, not from like ruining credit debt, but rather from me just not having money in my account for, like, purchases, which I think made a big difference, because if that had been on a credit card, oh boy, I'd be in a crock of shit. But going back to what I was saying, when, it was about maybe, I want to say close to like 2 years that it took me to actually find a job. Now, when I found my job at my current workplace, of which I have been at for 5 years, I'm not gonna over exaggerate when I say it literally saved my life. Again, being in that depression of you flunked out of college 3 times, you can't find a job, your parents are slowly losing, like, respect for you. There may come a time that they actually, like, kick you out to, let you learn things on your own. I was terrified. I walked into the house every single day feeling like I was, just this worthless, pathetic piece of shit that just couldn't do anything right, who was given such high marks as a kid for his, like, passions, but the moment he was meant to pursue those passions, that he was just the worst thing in the world and couldn't do anything. The only thing that gave my life any levity, and I mean any levity, to keep me from knowing what the taste of lead in my mouth was Daisy. She was quite literally the savior of my life. She, no matter what happened, no matter what went on within my life, or how shit it went, I could always count on coming home to a bright-eyed puppy walking up to me, rolling over on her back and saying, "Pet me." She was my rock. She was the thing that gave me a will to go on, to improve, to find something. If I couldn't do it for myself, I'd do it for her. There's really not much else to say. She was just this unequivocal, unrivaled source of good in my life. Things, when I put through the perspective of her, dogs don't have anything in their life besides you. Sure, they could have, like, the comfy couches you give them, the things that you give them in their life, but for the most part, dogs are just there for you. Like, you let them into your home and their entire world starts to revolve around you. They become interested in you. They want you to know that, you are their everything. That was very much true for Daisy. No matter how terrible I was feeling whenever I got home from, disappointing my parents in school or not finding a job or what, she was always there for me. She'd just be sitting there, waiting for me on a couch, next to the door, at the top of the stairs, just watching me. Watching me or asking me to pet her. I made sure to, as often as I humanly could, walk up and start petting her as much as I could. She was very demanding. There were very many nights that I'd be sat down here either streaming or playing games up into the, well, I want to say even close to like 8 a.m. or something close to it. Eventually she'd wander her way downstairs, sit at the top of the stairs to this little hovel I've got, and just start whining. She always had a rhythm to it. She would sit at the top of the stairs, stare at me for a few minutes, and then if I hadn't noticed because I was too focused on the screen, I would just hear, and even through soundproof headphones, I could hear it, and I'd look over to her and just go, Daisy, 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 I'm coming up, don't worry. And then, it'd be about another 10 or 20 minutes, and then it would start up again. I'm like, Daisy, come on, you're breaking my heart. Just a few more minutes, just one more game. And then it would start to evolve into a... I'm like, alright, fine. Then I'd shut it down for the night. She'd leap up from her spot at the top of the stairs and follow me up to the bed. Don't get me wrong, she was a mischievous dog. And I don't think it was anywhere intentional for her, but she would find ways to get me to worry. There was a day that my parents had gone out of town, and because I was the more responsible of me and my brother, I was left in charge of the house. My brother had run off to a friend's house to, play games and stay the night. Meanwhile, I take that as the opportunity of, hey, I'm going to invite my friend over to stay the night and play games. So I invited Cody over, and sure enough, we were sat through most of the night playing games. I don't remember what we were playing at the time, but it was one of our couch games, one of the good Xbox games. It may have even been Halo. Regardless, we ended up staying up well into the night. I want to say close to like 2 or 3 a.m. And eventually I said, all right, I gotta go let the dogs out. So I go upstairs, open up the door for the dogs to go into the backyard. And normally I wait about 5-10 minutes for them to, either scratch at the door to be let in, or I go up and get them in myself. So after that time had passed, I go, okay, I gotta go let the dogs in. I walk up the stairs, open the door, call out to them, no response. I said, come on guys, let's go. No response. Like, guys, come on. Still no response. So, at my house, the gates that we have 2 entrances. One on the side that is very visible to the door, and one around the side of the house. So, I look over at the gate closest to us, still locked, still good. Okay, it's not that. I walk over to the other side of the house, and from how the lights are fixed in the neighborhood, the light was shining straight through the opening of that gate. So I could see that it was flung wide open and couldn't see anything in front or behind it. And I thought, oh fuck, they've gotten out. I have no idea how long they've been out, and I have no idea where they are. So immediately, my heart is beating in my chest. I rush downstairs, tell Cody what just happened. I'm like, I think the dogs get out. I need to go get them. I don't know where they went. Cody's fumbling to get his stuff on. I grab my phone, get the flashlight, run outside. Okay, it's really dark out. I need to start seeing where they went. I don't know where they could be. I don't know what's going on. I need to find out where they are. I turn on my flashlight, round the corner. They're sitting inside the yard on the other side, on the inside of the fence, just watching the open gate, not doing anything. And I thought, you little fucks, you saw me walk over here, get scared, run back inside, grab my phone, come back out, and not do anything to let me know you were still here. If anything, I think that just shows how much they loved being here, and how much they like the life that they were given in this area, because they had every opportunity to escape at that moment, and they chose to just lay in the yard because they knew not to go. Anyway, I'm not gonna say that was the only time they had the potential to leave, because my parents, they're not exactly the most well-of-minded individuals. Because my dad opens up that gate to get the mower through so that he can mow the backyard. Which is fine, but because of how terribly that gate is assembled, it stays open more oftentimes than not. Well, I shouldn't say stays open. It stays closed, it's just unlocked because, quite frankly, trying to move that gate is an absolute nightmare. So there are times when my father leaves it unlocked and, in a certain position that you can move it open easily so you can get the mower through. Well, he seems to forget that there are dogs that, can wander through that little opening there. And so there were a few times I, was sitting down in my little area that I could hear barking. I would hear this barking and I'd think, oh, it's just the dogs outside. But because you get so attuned to where barks come from relative to the window you're sitting next to, I noticed this one was coming from the front yard. So I'm like, it's a little weird. Is there a dog wandering the neighborhood? I get upstairs, look outside the window. Sure enough, Daisy is sitting outside that window, staring at me, asking me to let her back in. And I'm sitting up and down, swearing at all vicinity. I'm swearing at everybody in the house, like, how could you let her? Because the gate was open. She walked straight through while my parents were sitting in the backyard not doing anything. I'm like, you just let her walk outside without even so much as a second thought. It made me mad because I'm like, you guys, something could happen to her if we're not careful. You would need to be more observant of the gates. Every time I let the dogs outside, the first thing I do is walk over and check both gates to make sure they're locked. Well, locked or at least closed. But my parents, they'll just be sitting in the backyard for hours on end and not even check the other side of the yard. It made me, honestly, really mad and kind of lose respect for them because of how often it happened. I mean, in 1 year alone, it happened 5 separate times. And when my girlfriend came up to stay with me for a week, the first thing I did, every single time, because we had a little ritual where I had to water the lawn to make sure that grass seeds were growing for my parents, the first thing I did was make sure the dogs were let out before I started watering, so that if I needed to leave the gate open, they wouldn't wander out. I don't know. Things end up being very, very complex when raising dogs, but to be honest, I wouldn't trade any of those memories for anything. Daisy was such a sweet girl. She had her chances to escape, and she would effectively just stay there and ask to be let back in. She never had she was a curious dog, don't get me wrong, but she was never curious about things where she was unfamiliar. If we brought something into the house, she'd sniff it up and down, ask for anything she could to get her paws on it to, experience it. But if it came to going outside, if it wasn't something she was relatively familiar with numerous times, she wouldn't go anywhere near it. My father took her on walks in the neighborhood all the time, but as far as I know, whenever she got out, she would just stay in our front yard. I honestly think it was because all those times that, we took her out and took her to walks, she always had somebody with her, either me or Duke or Kramer, or not Kramer, my father or anyone. She always had somebody with her. So when she had the chance to walk out on her own, she didn't know what to do, so she just lays down in the front yard. Thankfully, our neighbors had kids that, would notice sometimes if I didn't, that, she had gone into the front yard. Because, they'd be playing in their front yard and see Daisy, wander into the front and go over and start petting her while letting us know that she was out there. And, again, happened a little too much for me to, be comfortable with, because it just shows a bunch of negligence. But I digress. She is, for as curious of a dog she was never troublesome in her curiousness. She was always very playful about it. There's some of the good things about that relating to her. Oh, another thing. When this was after this was back in 2018 when I first started working at my current workplace, and I'm not saying the name of it for the sake that, one, if I talk shit about it, it doesn't look poorly on their records, and two, I'm still working there, so if I did start talking shit, it doesn't come back to me. When I first started working at this place, it was basically I walked in for the interview, got hired on the spot, and this was about maybe a 2-year dry spell of me not being able to find a job and living off of my parents' monies after I had run off all my grandfather's cash. So, when I started working at this place, I went to go and tell my parents about it. I said, "Hey, I just got hired. I need to celebrate. I don't have much cash in my account, but I've got enough to cover dinner. Let me celebrate with you guys and let me pay for your dinner." So, there's a wing restaurant not too far away that we loved frequently at the time. So I took them I met them over at the wing stop. And I should also preface this by saying, when I got the job, when I went in for the interview at this place, I also had an interview at another location which my mother worked at, and the interview there took place before my interview at my current workplace. So I went over to get the interview at her workplace, and after that was done, I immediately had to drive over across to go to the other place for my other interview because they were scheduled on the same day. Well, then I got hired at the current workplace and, drove over to meet my mother and brother at the wing place for celebration. And I tell you what, my mother stared daggers at me. I swear to God, I felt like she was going to leap over the table and wring my neck. She goes, I'm all happy and chipper as can be that I got the job. And she looks at me and she just goes, "Well, what's wrong with my place? Why couldn't you wait for them to give me a chance there? I mean, they could have given you a better rate." Now, keep in mind, for the past 2 years before I got this position, she had been nagging me day in and day out, as well as my father, to get a job and start making my own money. The absolute minute I get a job at above minimum wage, which is really all I ever wanted, she decided it wasn't good enough that I had to work at her workplace. So, needless to say, I didn't get much support beyond my brother at that point, who was really congratulatory to me, and towards the end of the night she was as well. But when I felt that, sting in my heart, oh man, I'm still not good enough for her. I got a job, and but it's not what she wanted. Is that good or bad? I came home, and sure enough, little Miss Daisy was sitting there waiting for me to give her love and affection. I don't know if she felt that I was, down on my luck or anything, but immediately she just jumps up on me next to the couch that I had and just sits with me the entire night. She was, again, when I say she was the savior of my life, I mean it wholeheartedly. There were so many times I felt so down and dirty, so down and downtrodden, that I didn't know what to do with myself, that she was there waiting for me, ready for me to give her love. Duke was always my brother and father's dog. Don't get me wrong, he's a giant pushover, and he's so nice and kind, but he very much prefers those two. Daisy was my dog. She was a beautiful, beautiful girl. She ended up I'm trying to think of some other great points of some like memorable moments that she had. Because there was a ton of stuff she did, but you know, it's all swirling in the big void of beautiful Daisy things, so it's hard to pick out like one individual moment. I think now is probably a good time to discuss like how she passed, because we're what, about maybe an hour into this already. I can't see how long it's been, but we're about an hour into this already. So late, I guess it'd be 2 nights ago. Because of my current work schedule, I tend to not go to sleep until about 3 a.m. because I have to be up by noon, and it's about 8 hours away. So I ended up, you know, finishing up what I was doing that night, getting ready to go to bed, and hitting the bathroom that's close by. As I am about to go into the bathroom, I see Daisy sleeping on the couch to me. And because she is such a quiet dog, she ended up surprising me. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know you were down here. You're usually waiting upstairs for me. So I get out of the bathroom, finish, you know, brushing and all that. Then go over to her, gently nudge the couch, and go, all right, come on, let's go upstairs. Without even a second thought, she hops straight down, follows me up the stairs. I go up the stairs to, you know, get her up to the bedroom. Because normally what happens is either she is waiting for me on the couch to walk up with me to go to my bed, or she is in the next room over to my bedroom, either in my parents' room or the guest bedroom, to like join me as soon as I walk into the bedroom. Well, because she was following me in there, I closed the door behind us like I usually do. And previously, a few years now, she had always like jumped up onto the bed of her own accord, but she was a very spoiled girl, so she waited for me to move the comforter and blankets away so she would have a clear like jumping point. But she jumped up on, or she would, when she would jump up onto the bed, I would need to move that stuff out of the way for her. But in recent, like probably this very last year, I think she just got a little bit more lazy or more content in having things done for her. So she would have me pick her up and put her on the bed herself. And when I would do so, she would, well, before I would do so, she would always like sit next to the bed, stand there and look at the bed, and then look at me asking me to pick her up. So I would do so and pick her up onto the bed. Again, everything was completely standard and routine with us. Picked her up onto the bed, got into bed, scrolled on Twitter for about maybe 10 or 20 minutes, and then laid over and started going to sleep. When I started going to sleep, though, it wasn't unlike Daisy to whine in her sleep, because when she did so, the way that our bed is positioned, it is centered next to the wall, and the way Daisy sleeps is facing that wall. So whenever she started her dreams, she would whine, and I would hear her like paws like clacking against the side of the wall because of her claws and all that. When I heard her whining, I thought, she's just having a dream. Usually when she has dreams like that, I usually like lay my foot over her to give her like a little bit of pressure to let her know she's being hugged or whatever. She still whined. And I thought, all right, Days, come on, let's see what's going on. And when I sat up to, you know, hold her and all that, to, you know, because if my foot didn't work out, I would just hug her to, like, give her a little bit of a moment to calm down. When I sat up, I realized I could smell, like, and this probably isn't going to be very friendly, but I could smell poop in the air. And I'm thinking, no, Daisy's got gas. She probably needs let outside. I go, come on, Daisy, let's go outside. I, you know, go over to nudge her to get her up to, you know, get her outside because of all of that. And when I nudge her, she doesn't move. I'm like, damn, you really are out, pup, ain't you? It must have been an entire day. So I nudge her a little more. No response. Nothing. At this point, I'm getting worried. I'm like, Daisy, come on, let's go. Let's get you outside. And, you know, I pull out my phone to get a flashlight going. I look at her, and she's not moving. She's not breathing. Her tongue is hanging out of her mouth and her eyes are glazed over. At this point, I panic. I start panicking. I flip on my light really quickly. I get next to her. I go, Daisy, Daisy, come on. Look at me. Daisy, come on. Look at me, please. And, you know, it's all, like, starting to rush, going back to it. I go, come on, Daisy, wake up, please, please, please. It's all happening within the course of, like, 2 minutes. This is me in full panic mode. My heart is racing. I don't know what to do. Sure enough, because I could smell poop, she had pooped the bed, which, I don't know if you know this, when you pass away, your bowels avoid themselves. So, seeing that, I was already in giant fear that she had already passed. Eventually, over like another course of a minute and trying to give her CPR and blow air into her lungs, I walk over to my guest room where my dad was sleeping and say, Dad, I need help. Daisy's not breathing. Daisy's not breathing. And he jumps right up, runs into my room. I get her close to the edge of the bed where I can sit next to her. I still try giving her CPR. Nothing. Her chest is inflating, but it's my air. She's not, like, breathing on her own. She's not doing anything. At that point, she had, you know, released her bladder. It was a messy affair, but, like, my dad gets on the phone. He wakes my mother up. She's panicking and in tears. My dad calls a hotline to find emergency vets in the area, and the woman that was attending the, you know, phone service and all that basically gets on and says, well, I found a place that's open that's, you know, about the closest we can get to you. The problem is it's 2 hours away. Now, the problem with this is that at this point, Daisy has already stopped breathing and stopped responding to everything. Her eyes aren't moving, nothing's happening. So it would have been, if we had taken her, it would have been 2 hours of her not breathing and not doing anything just to get there and most likely be told that she's gone. So we had a very big day. This happened at around, I want to say close to like 5 o'clock in the morning. She had passed, and I was incredibly distraught. I didn't know what to do with myself. I sat next to my bed with her on it, crying for what felt like hours, but was only like 20 minutes. She, out of everything I can say, she passed in probably one of her favorite spots, lying in bed next to me and just sleeping so soundly. After we had, you know, come to terms with everything, my mother called my brother over, who, you know, got up and joined us and, you know, sat next to her and all that. We ended up picking her up and moving her down onto a blanket in the living room where she used to lay. Everything was, you know, fine, and, well, everything wasn't fine. I mean, we were coming to terms with what had just happened and how suddenly it did happen. But the time that our nearest vet opened, which is only about maybe 10 minutes away, unfortunately, because, you know, we could have gotten her there, no problem. Our vet didn't open until about 7. So, when we got her up to, go and take her there, we pretty much came to the realization, if we're taking her there and she's already passed, we probably need to go ahead and just say it's over and done with, and that we need to get her cremated. So it was a very somber moment. I was there when my dad was picking her up and carrying her into the car to take her over there. You know, I said my final goodbye and everything. Fuck. Getting choked up and all that. But we took off her collar and they loaded her up into the car and, you know, drove her over to her, you know, over to the vet. Fuck. Sorry. Oh, keep it together. sorry about that. Um, Again, this basically happened yesterday, so still a little fresh in the mind. Um, anyway, we picked her up into the car. My parents drove her over. I stayed behind only because, one, we still had Duke, who, wasn't used to being alone. One quick second, I need to... Oh, wait, I've got tissues here, never mind. We still had Duke, and Duke was very, worried and, trotting about, not sure what to do. So I stayed behind with Duke to make sure that he had somebody in the house with him and wasn't just being left alone with no explanation. So I stayed right beside him, made sure that he had somebody next to him, so they wouldn't be alone at all. Sorry, still getting choked up. Anyway, my parents got back, and we basically carried on talking about everything that had just happened. By this point, it was about maybe 7:30 because they took her right over as it was opening. They got back. We started talking. Basically, just sat in the front living room. Didn't turn any TVs on. Didn't do very much looking at a. Didn't very much look at the news feeds or anything. We were just sat there kind of in silence, just remembering everything. Honestly, it is a testament to how much Daisy meant to us, because literally throughout the entirety of us living at this current house, there's always been a device on as soon as anyone was woken up or anything. But when Daisy had passed, we didn't turn on TVs. We didn't turn on our devices until maybe I didn't turn my first one onto anything around until 8 o'clock when I ate dinner. And then pretty much after I had eaten dinner, I shut it right back off and just went to sitting quietly. What else? We pretty much, while we were sat there in the living room, my mother was making calls, letting everybody that she know what happened. She told her, my parents' best friends who lived down in Columbus, what had happened, and they had lost a dog pretty much almost right under the similar circumstances a few months back. Well, not a few months, I think it was closer to, well, I guess it would be a few months, November. But, they were very, aware of the feeling and all that of losing a dog so unexpectedly. So they were very kind, offered their condolences. And about a few hours later, once I think noon rolled around, they had called an arrangement to have a entire bouquet of daisies sent over to us with their condolences, which I thought was very incredibly sweet. Of course, that does lead to a bit of a funny story, because when they left that, or when they brought those over, daisy flowers, for those that don't know, are actually toxic to dogs. So where we had it sitting down was on a little shelf beside our fireplace, which we don't use, by the way. It was on a shelf next to our fireplace, and anytime we had to leave the house and let Duke run around, we would have to pick up the flower vase and make sure it was put away so that he wouldn't get into them. But my dad let me know when I got back home this night, when I got home from work, that, what was it, when they went out to eat, they put the daisies up on a higher shelf so that Duke couldn't get to them while they were out at dinner. And when that had happened, they got back from dinner, and my dad immediately set the daisies back over next to Daisy's collar, on the fireplace. And my mother gets like very defensive. She goes, "Why are you putting that down there? Duke's just gonna get into them." And my dad looks at her and just goes, "I'm gonna be sitting here in the living room with him. He's not gonna get into them while I'm right here." Which, fair, very fair. But pretty much that catches us up back to this point. I had a ton of family members reach out to me, offering their condolences and everything. A bunch of my mother's friends pretty much did the same to her when she made a post on Facebook. I am going to, and I realize the screen's kind of paused, so I'm not really like making any progress on my goal here, but this is kind of important. The post I ended up making on Facebook was it was pretty much almost immediately after they had taken her to go get cremated. And I'm going to try to see if I can find that post specifically. Should be the most recent one. Let's see. So, when this had happened, I try to like tie things into a lot of what I do to like call back to things I've learned over the years or experiences that I've had. And so I'm not a very big like social media guy. I browse but don't really like do very much. When she had passed and, they took her away to get cremated, I made a post on Facebook that says, quote, "I am in tears while carrying you to your last resting place as much as I rejoice when bringing you into my own home in my hands 10 years ago." Now, that is a slight variation on a epitaph that was found over in Greece from a similarly done dog's epitaph from ancient Greece. And Daisy, being my, girl, and me having that like deep-seated interest in ancient Greece, I figured what better thing to do. I mean, it captures the moment entirely. I carried her into her home 10 years ago, and I was there to help carry her out of it. It always sucks being a pet owner. Well, I shouldn't say that so cynically. It sucks because it doesn't last forever. I mean, hell, I'm sure this guy has batteries that'll probably run out. What's his battery at? See, I'm pretty sure that indicates from how rubbed raw he's probably getting on the top of his head. Anyway. How much are we up to? I wasn't keeping track. We are up to 3,777. Interesting that I ended on Bungie number. Bungie number, for those that don't know, is 777 since they were formed back in... Bungie Day is 7/7. I don't think they formed in 2007. It would have had to have been like 97. But yeah, we're making pretty good headway. It's probably gonna take a few hours at best to like get to where we need to. But in any case, that was pretty much how yesterday had gone. And when I showed up to work, me being the absolute dumbass that I am, because I should preface this by saying the day that she had passed, I was scheduled to work. This was on Friday. Friday what would that be? Friday the 10th. When I was slated to work on Friday, I had texted one of my managers asking, firstly, if they worked that day, to which they said no, but how could they help, because they can probably do something from their house. And I told them that Daisy had passed, and I probably wasn't going to be in that day. And being as nice as they are, they said, okay, that's fine, you can, you don't have to come in, I'll let them know so you don't have to call in. I thanked them for it. So when I showed up to work, earlier today, I guess, well, given that's after midnight, I'm going to say today for levity. When I came into work today, pretty much the entire crew I work with knew about it. Because I'm assuming my manager told my secondary manager, and then the secondary manager related to my crew. But, I walked in there and, they were very somber. My current manager like offered me a hug, which I accepted gladly. But that's not where the dumbass part comes in. The dumbass part comes in from me being an over emotional fuck who decided, hey, let's make a sad playlist so you can listen to it during work and feel even worse at times. So I did just that. Before I went into work, I made myself a very sad playlist so that I could feel down on myself the entirety of the day, and I didn't swap off of it because I'm an idiot. Times I got choked up and broke down into tears at one point. Thankfully, it was just in front of the manager, who at this point is a very close friend of mine. So, you know, no respect with no visage of me being the, you know, solid rock foundation was lost to my other members of the crew. But I digress. You know, they pretty much all knew that was dealing with a loss, so they didn't. I could tell a few of them didn't know exactly like how much they were willing to like talk with me, because they didn't know if they would say anything that would set me off. But towards the end of the night, I kind of started like leveling out and getting back into my usual spirits. It wasn't until, you know, I ended up leaving work and was driving home that I kind of had a very somber thought of, this will probably be the first time I'm coming home that I won't have Daisy to greet me at the door. Because there were days that she wasn't, i.e. they took the dogs over to visit my brother at his place, or we're out on a walk, out in the backyard, whatever. But this hit especially hard. I walked in the door and kind of just immediately felt sad. Which I then supplanted by immediately ordering Domino's to stuff my fat face with food. And I say that food is good. And of course, I'm not saying food replaces certain anyway, but sometimes you just gotta depresso eat. You just gotta eat because one of the worst things that happens is when people get depressed, they end up forgetting to eat. Because the day that Daisy had passed itself, I ate one meal the entire day, and I felt like shit throughout most of it. Today, I'm not letting that happen, so I ordered a little bit more than I usually do, just to make sure I had food, because I knew this is going to be going on for a while. In any case, she was a very... I keep going back to that she was a very timid dog, and she was for all intents and purposes. She was a timid dog, but she was a very, like, stubborn one as well. The amount of times I had to physically pick her up to get her off the couch just because she wouldn't move. And I'm not saying wouldn't move isn't health problems. She was just a very, very lazy dog. Like, it was honestly kind of amazing how a dog can be so filled with energy while she was swimming in a pool, and then the day that she does nothing, she is as equally lazy. It kind of gave me a new perspective on just how dogs, like, behave. Because I had read for numerous studies that dogs, like, mimic the behavior of their, like, owners. And when it came to Daisy, she was no exception. She pretty much imprinted on me a lot, in which, you know, I'm very passionate about certain things and, you know, getting to work on projects or going out and doing things. But when it came time to sit down and do nothing at the house, I am a very fat fuck and doesn't move very much. And Daisy, I think, took notice and kind of enacted that on her own. Because when she laid down, there was nothing that was gonna, you know, get her up. There was nothing that was going to get her up unless you physically told her to do so, and, you know, were able to pry her off whatever couch she was laying on. Which I do feel kind of bad, because recently my parents had gotten their floors redone. And when they got their floors redone, they ended up getting new furniture to go along with it. Well, this new furniture, unlike our previous ones, is like new black leather. And when you have new black leather couches and pets that love to, jump up on them, that leather can, break and tear pretty easily. So it quickly became a rule that the dogs were not allowed up on the bed. When the dogs aren't up on, well, not on the bed, up on the couch. When the dogs aren't allowed on the couch, they sort of just sit on the floor and, silently beg that they can be. Because for the entirety of these dogs' lives, they have always been allowed on the couches and in the beds. We have never denied them once, and it is a very important thing that we do so that they feel, more so included in the family, experience. Because, they'll saddle right up next to you and just, either lay on top of you or lay next to you and give you that little bit of comfort. When they got the new couches, they weren't allowed up on the couch, so they had to sleep on the newly made hard fake wooden floors, which I absolutely hated. So, well, I didn't hate the floors, I hated the fact that we couldn't let them on the couch and that they were forced to lay on the floor. So I think Daisy started hanging out with me a lot more because I never banned her from the couches I've got near me. So I would, have her sit down or lay down on the couches anytime I could, because I think she started thinking that she wasn't allowed on any couch in the house after that point. So I made it a personal thing that anytime she was down here and tried to lay on the ground, I'd nudge her saying, no, you can get up on the couch, I don't mind. Which, to be honest, may have given her mixed signals, but I tried to keep it consistent. But as soon as everything, happened, it kind of made me reflect on everything that's gone on in these past few years, and how I actually did a pretty good job of not neglecting her at any point. Because it's very easy as a pet owner to sort of take them for granted. Kind of think, oh, they're always going to be there to greet you at the door, do all that fun stuff. I was very aware it wasn't forever. Maybe that was just because we had to put down our first two dogs that, instilled that idea into my head. But basically, there were days I just was sat down here and knew Daisy was sleeping around the corner, that I would just stop everything I was doing, go over and hug her for a few minutes, and then, pet her, and then get back to whatever I was doing. She wasn't begging for it, she wasn't asking, I'd just go over and pet her. It's moments of levity like that kind of remind you what's more important in life. Because, and that wasn't not because I'm crying, it's not because I'm literally just very phlegmy right now. Hold on. There we go. It reminds you of what's more important in life, because one of my biggest fears, because now I'm starting to reach that point that I want to move out and get my own house and, be on my own. One of my biggest fears was, if I had moved out, I didn't know how Daisy would react. Because, for lack of a better term, her entire life I've been at the house and she's been around Duke and my parents. If I had moved out, I don't know how she would have reacted if I left, or if I tried to make the push to have her stay with me and ended up separating her from my Duke and the other members of the family. I could never answer how that would go, and I didn't, quite frankly, want to find out. But to be fair, guess it kind of doesn't matter now, does it? Now, I'm not saying in any stretch of the definition that, her passing was a good thing. That is not at all what it was. It was very sudden, unexpected, and quite frankly, I have no idea what caused it, because, for lack of a better phrasing, my parents didn't want to know what her cause of death was, so I'm kind of left here in the dark wondering if it was something we had done. But regardless, she did do me that, I shouldn't say she did me the favor of that, because, let's be honest, that's really jaded. I'm gonna say she she went out on her own terms because she could have, from how it seems, she could have passed away at any given moment, and she chose to do so while she was peacefully sleeping in bed with me. Well, I don't know about chose, but it didn't happen until she was sleeping in bed in one of her favorite spots. So maybe there was a choice there, maybe there wasn't. I don't know, but I'm just glad she, you know, I'm just glad she passed in a very peaceful place for her. The other thing is that it was a very different time in our lives because up until this point, my parents, or my family rather, had always had to have our dogs put down due to their old age because they were going strong, they were going strong in years, but their bodies were beginning to fail and they couldn't move. It was becoming like way too much to get them to move on their own terms. The big thing was that what was it? At a point I was gonna God, I've lost my train of thought so fast. Oh, because we had to have our dogs put down, it meant driving them out to the vet to, give them the chemical that would put them to sleep, essentially. Which, quite honestly, I have never liked the idea of doing that. I despise my parents for doing it the first time when they took Kramer over there, because, they were basically like, as my dad put it, they were running him down to his execution, which seemed very barbaric, and I was mad at my dad for a while for actually taking him over there. Not because, it didn't need to happen, but because, there's a childish part of your brain that's just like, no, don't take my dog away, don't. But I eventually understood it needed to happen, and at that time I knew it needed to happen, but there's just always there was a boyish hope in me that was like, maybe when I get back from summer gym, he'll still be there. Maybe they just couldn't go through with it. Maybe they let him come back. But that was not the case. He was gone, and we received his urn a few days later. Much like I'm expecting we'll do so for Daisy. But back to the point I was making. We had always had our dogs, put down. This was the first time we had to deal with a dog passing in their sleep. Because, this being as sudden as it was, we didn't know how to initially react. We were just stunned, sitting there, like, waiting to, figure things out. My dad, after he had gotten done, crying and all that, kind of took charge and was like, okay, well, we need to get her over to the vet once they open at 7. And, this one, my dad's a very honest man. He basically said, it was a little harder taking Cracker and Kramer over to, be put down because we had known about it in advance. It was this thing that was lingering in our thoughts for at least a day, knowing that it had to be done and that was for the best for them. While this one, with Daisy, she had passed so suddenly in her sleep that, it didn't really give us much time to think about anything. It just happened and then she was gone. I want to say this was a wake-up call for me because up until this point, I'm not going to say that I took her for granted because I didn't. I was basically very thankful that she was in my life every single day that I, would walk past her. I'd walk past, give her a pet, and remind myself how lucky I was to have her because I couldn't have asked for a better dog. When it happened, it kind of put things into perspective. This entire time I've been this entire year, it seems like I've been more worried about, trying to stream, making sure I'm, situated in the workplace, that I can move out and get my own house and do all that. And I was just so focused on doing things for, I'm not going to say for financial gain, but everything that I was doing was tied to a form of product, shall I say, an item, a very objectified desire. You stream on YouTube with the idea that, even if nobody's watching, that sometime they may get big. Or that, you go to work and, oh, well, I'd like a more consistent schedule so I can know what days I come in and, work my hours as best I can so I can get the adequate amount of money. Or, oh, I want to come home and work on, getting my 3D printer set up and such like that so that I can print out some cool stuff. Everything at that point, my goals had been very materialistic. That I wanted to move out to get my place so that I would be able to do as I want, when I wanted, whenever. Daisy passing put a lot of things in perspective for me. When it comes to her and how she left, I kind of realized I don't care. My biggest... It's hard to phrase in a way that's going to make sense, but the best way I can phrase it is that my goals being materialistic weren't a reflection of me. They weren't a reflection of me only wanting those objects and nothing but those objects. They were basically about me wanting to be able to do things on my own. Up until I got my job at current workplace, I was basically living my life based on whatever other people wanted for me. That as soon as I started working and making my own money, I was able to make my own decisions about literally anything I wanted. That kind of put my brain into the idea of, okay, you can do anything you want. Let's do anything we want. So I entered this period of, well, I've got the cash for it, so why don't I do it? Thus, I upgraded my computer setup, got a 3D printer, got a big TV, got an Xbox, yada 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 yada. Everything became materialistic. And Daisy was not shy to those because I would come home with treats for her every so often, either in the form of new toys, a new collar, or beef jerky. But her passing absolutely put a new thought into my brain. I don't want to get out to be on my own for the sake of just having the ability to do as I want when I want. I want to be on my own so that anyone I put in my life, I know truly needs to be in it. And the reason I came to that conclusion was that Daisy was probably the only reason I was afraid to move out, because I didn't know how it would affect her if I did so. I don't know how well she would adjust to not having me to run to when my parents started arguing or there was a loud noise in the house that scared her. I don't know how she would have reacted. Her passing kind of led me to reflect on all of these things that she did that, kept me being her rock just as much as she was mine. Maybe it's a bit idealistic to think, oh, well, this dog, you're her whole world. It's just, she saw safety in you, and, it's obvious she'd run to you. I mean, you're the only thing she knows. I don't know if that's better or worse that she feels like she would be compelled to come to me whenever she was scared. But I'd like to think she did it out of knowing that out of anyone here, I was the most level-headed. At least to the point that she could rely on me being the calm center for her to sit around. But again, her passing put the idea into my head that I needed to I need to move out because I needed to move out because I want a place that I can have to not only call my own, but to fill with my own loved ones. Because right now, you know, my girlfriend's living in another state. I don't have. I've got Duke. I've got Duke right here with me, but my parents are kind of bickering back and forth at each other, and they have been for a few years now. Nothing to the point that, you know, might fear the worst for them, but to the point that you end up getting tired of dealing with it and listening to it every time. So, this upcoming Monday, I'm going to be having a conversation with my bank to discuss, like, what financial loans I can get for a home, and see if I can pick one up in my area that's close to my current workplace. And I'll be honest, I always had the plan, and I wanted to do so by the end of last year, but when it comes to doing things like that, I'm a gigantic pussy. I don't like, you know, making phone calls to talk to people. I don't like going out and doing things on my own. I hate driving on my own. I'll do it, but I hate doing so if I'm not, like, familiar with the area. But Daisy passing has kind of put a new fire in me that I'm kind of just at that point that I don't care how difficult it is. I need to do it. If not for me, for her. To show that, you know, even if my rock is gone, that I have something that will keep me ballast. That will give me the strength to move on and make something of myself for her. Because without her, what else can I do? If I no longer have that smiling face to greet me at the door every day I come home, then I should probably just make an actual door to come home. Because for as nice as the place I'm living in is, I don't know that it's home anymore. It doesn't feel like it without her. Boy. It's a rough time. No pun intended. How long have I been ranting now? I honestly can't say the amount of time that I've been doing this. Because I had a big dry spell where I wasn't, like, petting the dog at all, so I don't think I'm going to be hitting that 100,000 mark anytime soon, but... What are we even up to? I haven't looked at it in quite a while. 4,730. Okay, we made less progress than we made the last time I checked, but what can you do? Yeah. So, we're going to keep that going. Keep on going up as much as we humanly can. Let's see, we've been going for about about 2 hours, I think. 2 hours and 30 minutes. So, yeah, well. I will also be taking occasional pauses, just because I've only eaten a small amount of stuff since I gotten home, so I'll be taking, like, occasional breaks to eat food that's right next to me, so it won't be too long, just enough. God, my wrist is hurting from pressing that E button. I'm not even close. Oh well. The hell ornament did I get? Oh right, the entire Titan set, right. Anyway. I do also have a grind I need to do for the current season, but that's later. This is now. Honestly, 10,000 might be a good, like, stopping point for all of this, but I want to get it up obscenely high. She deserves that. The entire thing that sparked this little venture here, apart from her herself, was that I saw, one, that you could get this dog in the Helm, as well as get the ability to pet them and all that. And along with the tracker, I thought, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. I would do so, you know, once every time I came into the Helm, which quickly got blown out of proportion because I found out you could just like spam this button multiple times to get multiple pets in the same tick. But on Twitter, I had seen a user. I don't remember the guy's name, but what he had done was he had pet this dog 1 million times exactly. And, you know, I thought, oh man, that's a really funny meme, you know, the guy did this for absolutely no benefit 1 million times. That's kind of fucking insane. And, you know, initially my first thought was, okay, I may not get it up to 1 million, but I want to get it up stupidly high for the sake of like saying that, you know, one of the highest counters I have in the game is for doing something completely useless like this. But when it comes down to it, and, you know, Daisy had passed yesterday or 2 days ago, I guess, I figured, you know what? It's kind of appropriate that I got this, because you have to go through an entire process to get the dog, for one. It's kind of like interesting that this happened like in succession, that I got the dog and then, you know, she ended up passing on our own terms and all that. But it kind of lined up, and I don't know if there's like a cosmic thing to that. I'm not a very spiritual person. Do I acknowledge there's probably something bigger than me in the universe? Yeah, but I don't think anything like lined up. But as far as it goes, this seems like it'd be kind of a good setup. That the, you know, thing I'm going to be spending a lot of time on to get a counter up probably higher than anything else I'm going to do in the game. In the game that I've spent almost as much time with as I have her. That is going to be dedicated to her specifically. That was kind of the idea behind this stream, that I spent enough time with this game, almost as much as I did with her. Because currently, in terms of hours that I have logged into this game, on the PC version alone, I've got 2,500 hours. And that's not including like how much was before it got transferred over to PC, my time spent in D1. It's really probably closer to 5,000 hours total, but regardless, she, I'm not gonna make a bold-faced lie comment like, oh, this is what she would have wanted. Now, she would have wanted me actually petting her, but I can't do that, so Robodog gets it. Honestly, I'm going to be here for a while, and it's not going to necessarily be, like, entertaining. I just want to do this. This is how I'm going to be choosing to send off my girl, and it's about really all I can do. One thing we did do when we got Cracker and Kramer cremated was we had these little Labrador Christmas decorations that used to sit on our tree back when they both were alive. And around the time that Kramer had passed, you know, once we got his urn, I kind of picked up the, you know, ornament, and I put it on top of his, like, little urn case, the nice little wooden box they put his urn in to keep it protected. And that kind of became a tradition with us, because as soon as Cracker passed and we got him cremated, I did pretty much the same thing, put his, like, little figurine on top of the, you know, urn casing. And with Daisy, well, to be fair, we didn't have any, you know, at the ready. So, what was it, yesterday, when I was ordering some more stuff, I ordered a small Labrador figurine that I thought kind of looked like her to put on the top of her in case when it eventually shows up. I did also ask my dad if it would be alright if I kept Daisy's urn down here with me in my little area, since she spent so much time down here. He said he thought it could be arranged, so that's gonna be great. I've kind of already got a space like prepared for her on the shelf, but I honestly don't know if I'm gonna keep her on the shelf. It might be better to have her closer to like the TV sitting area, since that was where she mostly spent a lot of time laying down, either on the couches or on the floor. Still one of the hardest things to go through. Dogs come into your life and, you know, they offer nothing but companionship and loyalty and joy and a bright light in an otherwise bleak world, but when that light fades away, you kind of realize you truly realize just how bright of a light they were in this, you know, existence as a whole. I'm still getting choked up looking at our photos. And I do want to clarify one thing. When I'm sat here choked up and, you know, can't get out words and I keep telling myself to tighten up and all that, it's not because I'm trying not to feel anything. It's because I know I've got a stream going right now and I'm trying to still get some words out, so it's not just me like hopelessly sobbing into a microphone. Because I may be an emotional idiot, but I'm not a blubbering one. I already got my majority of the crying accomplished when, you know, she had passed and I was sat on my own for a while. That day subsequently became the longest day of my life, as well as the quickest one, because I did not notice the hours flying as I was staring at my ceiling in contemplation and thought. It wasn't until about close to midnight of that night that I decided to do the stream, because I wanted to say my piece and tell her stories. My favorite times with her. When we had initially gotten Duke, I posit that it was probably one of the best decisions we made. Pretty much in the first like 2 days of us having Duke, we were very close to closing down the pool because of the seasonal change, and we knew that the dogs during the summers are going to be, you know, very like much overheating and that they would need to get in the pool at some point. So my father thought it was a good idea to, you know, take Duke into the pool when he was still a very small puppy, and he would you know, let him go for a swim while my dad was like close by to make sure he didn't like go like drop down beneath the water or anything. And, you know, Duke went for a good swim, and, you know, it didn't take long for him to get tired out, so my father picked him up and dried him off. And you know, that was kind of its own like instance, because I think after that Duke got addicted to being in the water, and he would try to find as many like times as he could to get into the pool from that point forward. Daisy was a little different. When Daisy was having her first swim, I think I was the one to like be there to help her like swim and do all that. Like, I was the one to, you know, swim with her alongside her to make sure she didn't drop, and then picking her up when she got a little too tired. You do that at a dog's very young age, so that one, it becomes normal to them, and that they get used to the sensation. It's not this big scary thing that you know, they have no idea what's going on. You want to try to get them acclimated to the, you know, feeling of this, of, you know, going into a pool and swimming and all that. Daisy, she loved the water, but she was selective about when she did, because there were times you could tell she just didn't want to get in the pool. But most of the time, the moment you lift up that lattice across the steps and allow them to get in, oh, they both went flying in. They could not be kept away from that they could not be kept away from that pool during the hot summers. They would just, I swear, if they were about 3% more clever, they would jump in from the sides of the pool. But we trained them well enough that they only ever went in from the steps. They knew the steps were near the shallow end, so if they ever felt like they were getting tired, they would just go straight over and either sit in the shallow end or, go over and sit on the steps. And might I add, those steps were probably the best things for the dogs, because you would not believe the amount of times I look over and Daisy is sat at the bottom of those steps, like up to her shoulders in water, just sitting there enjoying the water as it's like going over her body. She was a very relaxed dog. Very chill, very willing to do pretty much anything. What are we up to? Probably around like 5,000, I'm guessing. 5,200. Okay. I don't know if I'm actually going to continue doing the stream up until 100,000, because honestly that could be way longer than my wrist is capable of. What I may end up doing is going up to about 10,000, stopping the stream, and then picking it up at another point, just so my wrist can like recover, shall I say. Because right now I've got the benefit of, having right now I've got the benefit of having, tomorrow off. So I can stream for as long as I need to, but I'm not gonna have that luxury throughout the week. Maybe if I just break it up into smaller segments and keep going on through. Because right now we should be getting probably like 10,000 in the next 2 hours, maybe. And honestly, 10,000 is no small number. So maybe I should feel satisfied with that, but I do still want to get it up to at least like 100,000 at the very least. Even if I can't break that meme lord's 1 million, it'll still 100,000 still plenty for this dumb thing I'm doing. I will say, I'm listening to this Robo-Dog whine in my ear. I can still hear Daisy's whine from that night. Not unlike that one that I just played. But she had this, like... Her moans were very monotone. Like, she wouldn't change the pitch of them very often. It would start with a high pitch and then immediately start to even out and be like, She had such a tone to her. She was such a sass dog. Like, when I say she would sit at the top of the stairs and whine at me to give her attention, she physically did that quite in abundance. Like, I'm not kidding when I say she did pretty much everything she could to get your attention, as well as she would just whine for as long as you weren't like paying attention to her. Wouldn't matter what you were doing. If you were like trying to climb up out of something or doing exercises, if you weren't paying attention to her, she took a very big offense to that. And she was more than willing to let you know that. There were times I'd, sit down on the ground to like spend time with her. She would just sit right up next to me, and she would have two modes I noticed. She would either lay away from you just so that you would have to bend down and like, get closer to her to pet her, or if she was really desperate, she would come over and lay on top of you. Like, sit next to you with her back turned, and then slowly put more and more of her weight on you so that she would lay across your lap. Those latter times were very rare, but boy did you feel loved if she did that. It's kind of like when the first time you have a pet fall asleep on you, you can't move. Because you don't want to wake him up for anything. The world could be ending outside and you're like, just 5 more minutes for her, please. It's kind of how it was when she was a puppy. Back then I had a desk that wasn't necessarily like big. And back when we got her, the most I had was a little laptop that occupied the desk. So anytime I had the ability to, given how small she was, I would like pick her up and set her on top of my desk right next to my computer so that I could keep an eye on her. And then anytime she felt like, she was clustered and cramped in, I'd set her back down and down on the ground, I mean, and let her like roam around for a bit, or set her up on my bed where she could have a nap. She oh, what else was there? I'll never forget the day that I found puppy teeth, because dogs, when they shed their teeth, most of the time they'll end up swallowing them because of how small they are. But other times, they'll find them like hooked on things that they were chewing. Daisy was a little trapper. The first time I ended up finding one of her puppy teeth, it was in one of my socks. Yeah, you can guess how I found that one. That was a rude awakening. But I couldn't blame her for it. How could I? She was just a puppy. Running out of things to talk about, but not because she gave me a lack of items to discuss, but just because, what else can I say? She was everything I could have wanted in a dog. She was sweet, kind, gentle, lazy. Didn't require much attention beyond gentle pats and, the occasional food. Food is another thing with her. I don't know if it was a case of she didn't like her food, if, she only ate when she was actually hungry, what was it, but there would be times we'd fill up her bowl that she just wouldn't eat for like hours on end. And then finally she'd wander over and start eating with enthusiasm, like, oh yeah, food, finally. Like, we would fill up her bowl, and then it'd be maybe a solid, like, 20 or so minutes before it registers in her mind that she actually has food she can eat. I suppose Duke didn't help at all, because if we weren't paying close attention, Duke would sometimes go over and eat her food, and Daisy wouldn't get any. I tried to correct that when I could, but Daisy, with how little she ate, it was hard to, like, make sure she got her portions. Very clearly it wasn't done out of, like, desperation or, depression or anything. She just didn't eat very much. Now, that didn't stop my mother from trying to change her diet to where, she was eating every 3 hours on the dot. One of the funny things that happened was my parents ended up taking both the dogs over to the vet to like get them a general health checkup a few years back. And this is about maybe like 2 or 3 years of us owning both dogs. And, we wanted to be good. We wanted to be good owners. We wanted to make sure they were, keeping up. And the vet basically, tells us, yeah, they're healthy. They're just a little bit overweight. So if you could just, like, reduce their feeding amounts or, make their feeding times a little bit more, a little more spread out, they'll be fine. And, my parents are very, like, open people. At least my father is. So, he pretty much took that to heart, and he's like, oh, okay, we can cut down on how many times we feed them. That's fine. So they get home, and my dad turns to my mom, and he goes, oh, well, so how do you want to do this? Do you want to just, like, feed them when I leave for school in the morning, because he's a teacher, or and have you, like, feed them at night when and have me feed them at night when I get home? My mother, being the woman she is, she just goes, oh, we're just gonna keep feeding them as we have been. Father goes, what are you talking about? The vet literally just said we need to feed them less. And my mother, I shit you not, goes, well, what does she know about raising dogs? I don't know, Mother. What does the vet know about raising dogs? I don't know. My mother's a very, very interesting woman. I've always said if you take her, make sure the make sure you take logic and throw it out the window, because she ain't getting it from her. But either the case, Daisy, that is, was a very big component of my life, and how she ended up saving me numerous times from my habitual depression. Because living in the position that I have, it's not very, I'm not going to say it's bad. It's not. It's very, very cozy and cushy to the point that, you know, me complaining about it might put me at a very bad point because of, you know, just how good it is. But at the same time, it's very much like living in a limbo. Every day is basically the same. You come home from work, play games for an hour, or play games for a few hours, maybe stream it, or work on a personal project where you're, you know, 3D printing something, or thinking that you're going to work on another project and then not doing so because it'd take too long to set up. Editing a video for 3 hours, which, by the way, I am editing one currently. It's just, this is going to be a little bit of a time spent to recuperate after this loss. But day in and day out, doing the exact same thing over and over again. Oh yeah, I'll call the bank to, you know, set up an appointment to discuss a loan so I can move out. Day after day after day after day. And knowing that everything is going to be pretty much the same up until something like this happens. You kind of just like, you kind of don't know how to break that cycle. I mean, clearly there's obvious ways to do so, but the reason the cycle persists is you don't honestly think about them in the moment. You only look back and go, oh, well, I could have just done this and that would have been a change of pace. Daisy having passed away kind of snapped me out of that mentality of, oh, well, it's just gonna be another day. Now that I don't have a foundation for being happy when I come home, it kind of put all the like little nuanced, you know, annoyances in my life back into perspective as to what annoyed me, why it annoys me, what I could do to change it, why can't I change it until I do something else, what can I do to change it. It very much, it's kind of like, it's like when you go back and play, you know, I'll actually use Destiny as an example. It's like going through and playing Destiny 1, going through all the expansions as they come out, seeing improvements to the game time after time after time, seeing all these updates come through for like quality of life changes and all that, and you're like, man, this is really good. Then Destiny 2 comes out, has a rocky start, but, you know, over time it gets better and better and better, more accommodating for players, a lot more stuff to do, so many like new abilities and everything. You're like, oh man, this is awesome. This is awesome. I'm kind of nostalgic for the old days of Destiny, but wow, this is really improving. And then one day you find your old Destiny disc, you pop it in, and you're like, wow, I can't wait to see, like, you know, just how good the game was. I mean, maybe it still holds up. And you go in and it sucks ass. It sucks literal goddamn ass because of how fucking terrible it was back then. Oh my god, movement on the slow movement, slow gunplay. You feel like everything is like you're having a romp around in a field of honey. Losing Daisy is like going back and playing things from years ago and expecting them to still be good. Now that I no longer have her in my life, from a physical standpoint, it means I'm no longer seeing things through rose-colored goggles. Like, oh, this stuff was okay, but now that I can see it for what it is, wow, this is really terrible. This is really bad. I need to get away from this. So, come Monday morning, I'm going to be setting up an appointment to meet with the loan to get out and become my own person finally. The goal is to try to find a house that I can financially maintain myself and, you know, stay in a livable float with some good extra savings, and finance it so that I can live on my own if I ever need to. But that once I do get a finance for myself, have my girlfriend come up and stay with me so that so that we can split things 50-50 and basically double our savings while also having double income. And again, finance it for myself so that should the worst happen and anything happens to either one of us, I'm not left high and dry with a house I can't afford, that I could only afford if both of us were paying for it at once. That kind of thing. Me and her had been talking about this plan for quite a while. Pretty much like since the second year that we started dating. I'm pretty sure. But we've been talking about this for quite a while, and honestly, I just got so enamored with that cycle I'd gotten myself into of, oh yeah, that'll happen, and then not doing anything to change and make it happen. That I kind of got put into my own place a little bit. Not really too sure what to make of it. Just yeah. But as far as everything goes, this is a wake-up call. This is a wake-up call that I need to stop letting things get into the ruts that they develop into constantly, and just to make my own way, just to pave my own path. That it doesn't matter what life I am living, as long as I am happy with those who are in it. Hey, I don't know. Maybe this is all just the ramblings of a depressed madman, but I'd like to think there's some glint of hope in there for me. And at least we've still got these cute puppy photos to look back on. Especially that one. Oh my god. That couch was her absolute favorite. Like, I don't know what drew her to it over the other ones, but she was in that couch 9 times out of 10 anytime you started looking for her. Hell, it's no secret that anytime they couldn't find Daisy, they would call down to me immediately to see if she was sleeping on the couch without being in sideline of her. Yeah, I mean, it may not be ramblings per se, but I mean, like, ramblings of a guy that's probably not gonna, like, change anything. I don't want it to be, like, ramblings of, oh yeah, he says he's gonna do all this, but then, it goes back to being in the same rut. Or, something wildly close to that, or something else, but, either the case, because I've been looking forward to the future of, going out and getting my own place and all that, but, it's always been like this far off thing of, I don't know when I can do it, but, I'm always hopeful that I can. I just need to bite the bullet and finally go for it, because I'm at a point that I can financially afford to buy the house and, like, start the payments and all that. I don't know, part of me is just scared. I'm just so worried about it. Now I don't know if, like, I get the house that, I want, close to work, can do all this, like, good stuff with it, adjust rooms as need be, and then you find out there's a massive problem with it that, the last owner's, like, ditched on it for, and that you have to repair it because if you move out, there's no other houses in the area you're looking for. Stuff like that. It's just, part of me gets so worried about the what ifs that it doesn't know how to handle things if they go right. There were 2 reasons, and I touched on this a little bit earlier when I was going on my college rant. 2 reasons that I feel like I did poorly in college. The first one was what I think to be quite feasibly the biggest reason, was that I didn't understand why, since I was paying several $1,000s to go to college, that most of the stuff that I would learn, I would have to effectively learn on my own due to going home and doing the work to reflect on my grade for the class. That always that always struck me as like really, really shit poor. Like, why am I paying you several $1,000s just to tell me to go home and study the book? A book that I bought, by the way. I just... It never struck me as right to have a class that's like that. If I'm going and paying several $1,000s to go to a class and, like, you know, learn, I kind of want to learn this stuff in the class. I want to be taught it in the class. I don't want to have to go home and, like, study this on my own. I should be taught by somebody who knows what the hell they're doing. I just... That was the biggest reason I think my time in college was so rough, is that I never did, like, the homework to, you know, improve on my own. But the second one was always a fear of failure, you know? The fear that I, you know, would get to this point, because I'm sure a lot of people can relate to this, being the smart child of your family, going through life, you know, being like, oh, you've got such great potential, you could do anything you wanted. But then the moment you're given the ability to leave the nest and, you know, prove that, you don't know where to fly, you don't know what you're doing, you don't know where you're going, so you kind of just fumble, and then everybody goes, ah, you had such great potential, though. Fear of failure is definitely one of my biggest weaknesses. I've learned to sort of push past that when it comes to making things, like with my 3D printer or other items. I've learned that fear of failure can easily be, like, corrected with the right tools, but for things like financial decisions that can be devastating, I don't think it can, like, do so. I can't deal with it, but I'm going to have to. It's getting to be too much now to live in a house without her in it. Without Daisy, at least. So, who knows? Maybe I'll be able to get that going and set up here pretty soon, or maybe it'll just be more blustering talk that I can't actually follow through on. It's hard to say, but I'm gonna do what I can to try to break out of this cycle and get out on my own. And Ari, I hope you're alright with this. Once I do eventually move out and get on my own place, I'm probably going to stay in it for about a month and get things set up before I, you know, invite you to come down to, you know, stay with me. And that's just so I can kind of get a taste of living out on my own for a while. As well as one, getting the place ready for you so that you can move right in it without any, you know, awkwardness to it. And also, just in case something like goes wrong immediately, I can let you know about it rather than you having to live in the house that something has gone wrong in. Okay, I just wanted to run that by you. But yeah, honestly, this is the kind of thing that, like, makes me mad about this. About doing this. I constantly have to look down to get the button to, like, to actually continue with the petting. Like, I constantly have to move both my hands, and I can't just, like, keep pressing with one while I eat. I have to use both hands to, like, constantly, like, do this. Now, if I was smart, I would have bought a small, if I was smart about this, I would have bought, like, a small mini treadmill so that it would constantly be looking down and I could do that, but I am not smart, and I'm also cheap as hell. Oh yeah, what was it? Wyatt, a few days ago when we were playing together, kind of, he, just, like, looked at me while we were working, and he just goes, dude, you and your girlfriend have such similar personalities, it's unreal. And I was like, I know. Why do you think I love her? But I know a few people might, you know, listen to this stream and go, well, this is supposed to be a Daisy memorial. Why are you talking so much about yourself? And I mean, Daisy helped shape me into the person that I am. She was a big component of like how I ended up coming through and making decisions for myself. Hell, one of the reasons I was holding off so much on, you know, going out and getting a house was I didn't know how she would react if I left. The last thing I want to do is overstrain my little girl. I'm gonna miss her. She's such a good pup. And that's not gonna go away just because she's gone. She's a good pup. A very good pup. I kind of want to check on like how far we come, but I don't want to lose the pace. I had to brush my nose just then. Probably lost out on one. All right, what are we up to? 6,171. We just passed 6,000, so we're most of the way to 10,000 already. Ah, my wrist is killing me. And the music stopped. Ah, what a bad time for the music to stop. Okay, thank you. How's everything coming through audio-wise? I know I'm probably a little late asking this, given that we're over 2 hours in, but we good? Still good? Not peaking, not... music not too low. Itchy. Itchy wrist. Ah. My wrist is tightening up. How the hell did this guy get to 1 million? He had to have had like a hotkey for it. Which I would have done, but I put too much time into this game to, you know, risk Bungie feeling like, eh, this guy's using hotkeys. Maybe we should, you know, get him for modified hardware and all that. I don't know. That is a while trying to get this. Or who knows, maybe he inflated his number with a, with like a bot or something, but still. Yeah, I think for one night, 10,000 might be enough. I'll probably do like multiple streams in the next week or so doing the exact same thing. Maybe I'll even cycle out for a few more Daisy photos. There aren't too many others. Guys, to be honest, you never think about taking a lot of photos in your dog's life up until they're gone. So, these ones were just my favorites out of the ones that I saw. So, who knows? Maybe I'll actually get better at this format before the next one. Which, to be honest, I can't exactly guarantee if there is going to be another one. Because I'm very, very bad at keeping promises, as well as keeping promises to myself, specifically. But, oh well. Not much to be done. It's a good thing Rasputin's dead, so he doesn't see me doing this. Tell you one thing, this dog better feel fucking loved after all this. Boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. What a past few days this has been. I'll tell you one thing, the hardest thing, not only coming home after, you know, work and all that, not seeing her, the hardest thing is not seeing her be there when you're going to sleep. Just walking up to your room and not hearing her collar jingling as she comes in to join you. Walking into the house and not hearing the pitter-patter of her puppy paws against the fake wood flooring, just clackety-clacking on its way as it follows you through the house. I meant no exaggeration when I say she was my blonde shadow. Anywhere I went, she was right there with me, at least to the confines of the house. Hell, a few of the photos in there were taken by me just when I was noticing she's sleeping down here in a cute pose. I'm gonna miss that dog. I'm gonna miss her so much. I do have a plan for when we eventually get her. When we eventually get her urn back, I'm gonna boot up my 3D printer again and print out a little like memoriam plaque for her. And it's gonna have Daisy written across the top of it, and then I'm gonna do a little symbolic rose beneath it to like extrude and then have like sitting on top of her thing. And of course I'm gonna give it the whole treatment. I'm gonna sand it, get it painted, and all that fun business, but I need to, workshop a few like designs for it to get it ready, but I've got a general idea of how I want it to look. Easy. I mean, if anything, getting to talk about all this on stream and have it like archived for future use, well, for future reflection, that's pretty. I mean, it is a nice thing about today's age. They can just go on and record things and have them saved for later. Recording things isn't like a multi-$1,000 thing anymore. It's just, hey, you got a microphone and a YouTube channel? Go ahead and do it. Trying to think. That's another thing I'm gonna miss about her. Just that nose. That nose, I swear to God, you would not be expecting it anytime she nudged you with it. Because her and Duke both developed this habit of, if they noticed your arms were in an armrest or something, and they weren't actively petting you, or they weren't actively petting the dog, they would immediately nestle their nose underneath your arm or wrist and force it up onto their heads just so that they would feel you petting them. Like, it may be common for a lot of dogs, but Cracker and Kramer had never done that, so it was a relatively new thing that I never experienced. But boy, did they, Duke and Daisy, really, like, break a lot of barriers for me with dogs. Because by the time I fully started like realizing everything happening around me, Cracker and Kramer were already pretty old dogs. Like, not old in the sense that, they were to the point that they were going to be passing away soon. But I mean old as in like they'd already gotten so lazy that they were just cool with anything that happened. They didn't care what. They just wanted to be with people. Daisy got to be a bit like that in her later years. She really, really loved being that like silent observer in the background when she wasn't asleep, that is. Because the way that my computer's set up is right now, my computer's set up against a wall so that I am physically staring at it as I'm, sitting here doing this. And the couch is a little bit over my left shoulder and sitting like opposite away from me. So Daisy, I think, would come down here, one, to have company while she slept, because she was a very timid dog. She never liked being alone. If you were in the house, chances are she would find you at one point or another. But she would just come down here, sit on that couch, sleep, listening to me ramble on to either a chat or talk about how bad my Crucible companions are. Basically, like, just spending time with me, even if, you know, she couldn't actively be involved in what I was doing. Yeah, I just... She was such a good dog. She still is. It's just... she's not here for me to pet her. Back when she was a bit younger, I used to do a lot more to, like, get her involved in what I was doing. So, if she ever approached me while I was sitting on the couch, I would physically pick her up and, like, hold her in my arms to where her back was, like, laid against my chest. And, like, her paws were, like, you know, fully up and, like, sort of, like, hanging there. And I would just hold her in chairs like that, with my hands on her belly, like, petting her and rubbing her and, like, making sure she was okay. And if she started to, like, wiggle or, like, droop down to the side, I set her back down, because usually that was her cue to, like, okay, put me down, jackass. But I would always hold her in the chairs like that, and honestly, there were sometimes she didn't move for, like, tens of minutes at a time. I think she generally enjoyed, you know, being held like that. She, there were days where she would, you know, jump up onto my bed and be waiting there for me when I would eventually come up to go to bed with her. And she'd be laying down on my actual pillow. And she had this annoying habit, which was adorable, but so annoying. She would lick my pillow endlessly as, you know, she was laying there. And I don't know if she was just doing it because it smelled like me or what, but she would lick my pillow so often and get it so covered in slobber that the moment I would try to, like, you know, lay down on it, it would just be ice cold. And it never felt nice having to go to sleep and, like, being like, ah, damn it, Days. And, you know, I would either have to flip the pillow upside down, hopefully let the sheets underneath, like, you know, transfer some of the, like, slobber, shall I say, or just, like, trying to pick a piece of the pillow that didn't have slobber on it to, like, lay down on and try to avoid it as you're sleeping. But then as soon as your head comes in contact with you, you're like, ah, cold. Now, that was a annoying habit she had, but one of the ones that I actively loved was she would lay down on my spot at the bed, and I slept on the same side every single time. So, she would always sleep on that side of the bed. It may have been because I kept the covers off to one side, so that it was always exposed, and she just didn't want to, like, move the covers out of the way. I don't know what her intention was, but anytime I came up to bed, she was always laying in that spot. And the moment I walk in the door to, like, actively go to bed, I start getting myself ready, getting down to a pair of shorts and all that. She would get up and move to her spot at the side of the bed in the corner, near the foot of the bed, and just, like, lay down immediately. And, you know, I would climb into bed and it'd be already warmed up because she was laying on there. Some part of me likes to think that, you know, she loved me enough that, you know, she was doing that on her own, because I have to think if she was just doing that on her own, or if she was just doing that because she, you know, if she would have done it just for herself, it would have made more sense for her to lay immediately in her spot so that she could warm up her spot and wouldn't have to move when I walked in. But the fact that she constantly would lay down on my side of the bed and then move as soon as I got into the room, I'm honestly curious if she was warming the bed up for me. Part of me likes to assume that's what she was doing. because, quite honestly, she can't answer me. But I think that just goes to speak volumes as to the kind of dog she was. She was kind, even if maybe she didn't even know what she was doing fully. One thing I used to do constantly was, as she started getting lazier and lazier and wouldn't move when I, walked in the door and didn't, like, move over to her spot, I used to just sit next to my pillow, and because of the positioning of where she would lay down, I was able to pick her up like I did to put her in the chairs. I would just sit there with her in my arms like I was holding a baby, and I'd just be petting her, like, right before we would go to sleep. And I'd just be, like, telling her encouragements, like, oh, you're so small, such a big little girl, stuff like that. I'd just be sat there petting her for, I think the longest I did so was like 10 minutes, because I think at one point she actually was close to falling asleep in my arms. So adorable. She was a very cute dog, no matter how old she got. She would always find ways to make herself cuter by the day. Be it position she was laying in, the way she would look at you. It's all just... It was all so wholesome. So wonderful. I love that dog. I love Daisy so much. It's not gonna be the same without her. 10 years that dog came into my life, and that's 10 years I wouldn't change for anything. I wouldn't even change how she passed. Because again, she passed while she was in her favorite spot, sleeping peacefully next to me. Part of me wonders if it was a heart attack that took her, because of just how sudden it was. Her diet was relatively consistent, so I can't imagine there was, like, very much that could cause a heart attack, but maybe it was just a case. Me being the cynical bastard I am, and a non-spiritual one, everyone always says, well, God's got a plan for everything. They take, God's, probably saw that this was her time and decided to take her right then and there. Me being the cynical and emotional bastard I am, I started cursing out God, like, why would you take this angel from me? She was mine, and the only thing that, like, made me happy in life anymore. Not counting you, Ari. She was my rock and foundation. How could you take her away? Goddamn God for taking away this light of my life. And it was generally funny, because today while I was at work, I was scrolling through Twitter and happened to see that the same day that she died, a bolt of lightning struck at Christ the Redeemer statue in Brazil. And my first thought was of the that Native American who had said that if he was going to die, that if a bolt of lightning struck the White House, that would be him, in like a means of like intimidating everybody else spiritually. And then a bolt of lightning did strike the White House, and everyone was calling back to that thing for him. My first thought was, atta girl, Daisy. Atta girl. Sicking the man that I was cursing. And I know it's a common occurrence, with that being the highest point in Brazil, close to the storm clouds. It gets struck about maybe like 10 or 20 times a year, but part of me likes to think that was her, specifically because it happened on the same day that she'd passed. I like to think that was when, she was like, hey, my master doesn't like you, so tough shit, kid. I don't know. I think that's one thing you could probably say about everything. I don't know. To quote the great Socrates, if there's one thing I don't know, if there's one thing I know, it's that I do not know. Alright, where are we at? Damn, we haven't even broke 6,000 yet. I'm slacking. By breaking 6,000, I mean moving past 6,000 onto 7,000. We're most of the way there, though. Uh, I kind of regret going on such a long-winded rant about everything. Now my throat's starting to hurt, and I need to get up to get another drink. Probably gonna need to change the title of this at some point to 10,000. Wait, can I edit that live? I don't know that I can. Oh no, I can. Cool. 10K. Save. Oop. Now there's no space between that and dog. I'm stupid. There we go. I don't know if it'll update until somebody refreshes the page, but then when that comes in, should be able to see it, so we're fine. Oh, let me see. Okay, gotta pick up the... Gotta make sure I get everything set back up. Okay, there we go. But, yeah. And I realize it might be a little boring watching the same photos roll through the different thing, but I wanted to have more photos on the slideshow, but for whatever reason, OBS, the program I'm using to stream and record all of this, has a limit, memory-wise, on how many photos it can show. And if your photos are too high resolution, it will only focus on the higher res ones and basically ditch any of the other ones. So I had to go in and pick and choose just enough that once I started to see repeats of these ones without showing, like, you know, some of the other ones I was adding in, I had hit a limit as to how many I could do. There are more photos. Some of them are just very similar, like copies of ones that are in this like little reel, but for the most part, these are pretty much the only ones that I can like fit on here for this. But yeah, that's the reason I can't like have more photos in this reel for like more variation. So it's gonna have to be what we ends up getting dealt with. He's a good robot dog, though. One thing that is pretty nice about unlocking this little guy is that you are actually able to purchase a plush that looks like him. Granted, not the best looking plush in the world, but I like it. In any case. Oh, what else was there about Daisy? When we had brought Daisy home, I tried doing a similar setup that I had done with Duke, where I tried setting it up to where, you know, she would have her own space in the closet that I had set up the same way that I had Duke. Daisy was a mischievous little thing. She was adept at, like, breaking out of getting there, because the way that the closet is set up, basically picture a closet, now make it double wide, not depth wise, but like width wise, and then have two sliding doors that go back and forth from the center point to like unveil like one specific side of the thing. What I would do is I would move one slide over, and then, because my clothes would still be hanging up at the top of it, but the bottom would be like basically empty, I set down like a number of blankets to make it like, you know, soft and very nice. I'd keep the light on so it wouldn't be dark in there for them, and I would set the puppy down in the like open section of the closet, let them like have space to move around in, and then I would set up like a little doggy gate inside the thing to make sure that they wouldn't get out if I wasn't watching them. And for a while, the dogs like loved it. They loved like having their own little private space to that. As they started to get bigger, though, they like would, try to find more and more ways of escaping. And Daisy, swear to God, was a little escapist. I'd set her down inside of that little area, go and sit at my computer to take care of like some stuff. I forget if it was just like video game stuff or like school related stuff, but I'd set her down, and then almost like 20 minutes later, I feel like little puppy paws on my feet. I'm like, what the hell? How'd you get out? What she was doing was she was climbing the inside of the inside of the gate, and because of how I had set it up, it was tight against the thing, so I didn't hear it like clatter against the wood of the door or anything. She was a little sneaky pup. She was very good at escaping, which got circumvented by her later years, where she would find ways to she would like walk out through the gates and just lay down in the front yard. There was one day in particular, and this is like maybe, it had to have been like 3 months ago, when we had a very warm day back in December, because it was very clear in the yard. The snow had pretty much mostly melted, and it was a nice warm day. So my father decided, it's a warm day, so I'm gonna go sit out on the front porch with the dogs. And he was gonna do some like yard work or whatever. So he goes and does the yard work, and he's not actively paying attention. Well, I was also at the house at this point, and I was just waking up around this time because I heard my dad like, playing music or running a leaf blower to take care of the leaves that had blown and gotten stuck underneath the snow. But now that the snow was melted, he can move them. I wake up and I hear my dad outside, and I'm like, fuck, what's he working on now? It's noon 30, doesn't he know I'm trying to sleep? That kind of energy. So I do my usual thing of, propping myself up on my fists, getting up and looking up next to the window, which was above my bed, and I would look out the window, and what else do I see but Daisy in the front yard? My first thought is, alright, well, if he's out there, keeping an eye on them, then maybe it's alright. And then I'm keeping my eye on Daisy because she starts wandering further and further closer to the street. Then I see a pickup truck pulling up. One of those pickup trucks that, the guy had a small penis, therefore he had to prop it up on these gigantic, monstrous tires. And what does Daisy do but goes and lays right next to one of the wheels? What I did was I immediately slammed open my window and yelled out to Dad, "Dad, get Daisy! She's right next to a wheel!" Dad, like, pops up out of his spot and goes, "Oh, shit!" Thankfully, the way that road ends up working on our street is we're right next to a stop sign. So the guy was stopped and kind of just like looking for directions and didn't realize it. Now, when I say she was laid next to a wheel, she was laid behind a wheel in the back of the truck. Like the rear wheels. Like she was laid behind them. But my first thought was, I don't want this guy to like make an unforeseen move and run her directly over. I do not want her to be near a truck in any way, shape, or form. So my dad ran over, grabbed Daisy by the scruff of her neck, not in a harmful way to where she yelped, but immediately like got her up and carried her back over to the front. And me being in my state of rage, I just immediately go, either put a leash on her or put her back in the gate. If there's one thing I can say, I'm definitely going to try to be a lot more careful of a pet owner than my family is, because holy fuck the amount of times they worry me with what they do. I mean, look at that face. Look at that face sitting next to the pool. Are you telling me you want that thing anywhere close to a place you can get danger? Or that one. Granted, by the time our dogs had reached that age, they were pretty prolific swimmers and knew that if they were feeling tired, they can just sit in the shallow end of the pool or on the steps. So we were never too worried about them like drowning. Don't get me wrong, I worried absolutely anytime I saw them like swimming around in laps around the pool. And I'd always be like sitting there watching, like the moment they get too tired and drop is the moment I dive in. No question. No question would I save them. I just... God, I'm gonna miss her. No, it hurts. It hurts so much. Like, even looking at these photos right now, there's... Even looking at these photos right now, there's nothing more I want to do than just reach through the screen and start petting her. She was just that welcoming that anytime I saw her, I immediately started petting her. Or throwing blankets on her like that one. I don't think there was a single day that I spent waking up around Daisy that I did not pet her in any single day. There may have been a single hour or a few hours that I didn't pet her, but typically, if I was around her, she would be pet. There is no denying. I just... I don't know. What are we up to? We better have at least broken 7,000. Okay, good. My wrist is hurting. I'd give anything to see her back. If I had the option, I'd trade myself for her. I know it's not a healthy thought, but there were numerous times as I was alone with her while my parents were setting things up downstairs to get her moved, and I was alone with her in my room after she had passed. I just kept saying, it should have been me. It should have been me. And I know it's not a pleasant thought to think, but what else could I think? Daisy was the sweetest, most innocent girl I had ever known in my entire life. She was the most kind, gentle, and loving dog I could have ever asked for. Her dying at such a, what I consider a young age, but maybe that's just skewed because my other dogs had lived to be 15 and 14 and all that. Her dying at such a relatively young age for me, like, I consider so unwarranted, especially with how sudden it was. Part of me still wonders if it was something I did that day that caused it. Like if I picked her up the wrong way and heard something on the inside of her that, you know, I didn't catch soon enough. Because, I mean, it could have been a, like, issue that, like, was persisting for a while. We didn't change up anything in her diet. She ate everything that she was given. She would get up from everything without even so much as an issue. She would, like, get up off the couch, walk around the house, swim. She'd do all of that without even so much as an issue. Part of me wonders if it was a heart condition or something. My dad thought she might have had, like, a case of heartworms that we didn't know about. Because out of all the vaccinations that we got for them, heartworms wasn't one because they weren't, like, out anywhere apart from our yard, and the only times that they were was relatively around the snowy times and all that. Because I think we did end up doing... we did end up getting them vaccinated for heartworms during the summers when they would be out around the grass and all that. But we kind of slept on that towards the winters, if I remember right, because the snow was covering the ground. Part of me, again, part of me, the cynical part of me, who wants to put the blame on who wants to put the blame on me since I was with her, was that, again, maybe I just picked her up the wrong way, punctured something on the inside, and it caused her other organs to fail. But the thing that keeps me, like, away from that is that this wasn't the first time I had picked her up in the bed, nor was it the first time I had picked her up in that way. I had done so many times before. If something was wrong with the way I was picking her up, she would have, like, yelped or did something when I did so. But every single time, she was just perfectly content being lifted up into the bed that way. She would, you know, get up, sit up on the bed, and then crawl over to her spot after a moment or two. She never showed any, like, hint of pain or anything. It wasn't until she whined right before passing away that she actually made any noise. Part of me wonders if she was actually awake during her final moments, or if she was actually asleep and, you know, her eyes fell open as, like... Or if her eyes fell open as part of the, her muscles, like, relaxing and losing tension. I hope she was asleep. I hope she was asleep and that whine was just the air escaping her lungs. I hope she didn't feel pain. She didn't deserve it. Mortality is the burden of mankind. How sad that the things we love the most are the ones that can be so easily taken away. I mean, if nothing else, this stream has been very therapeutic. Getting to talk about everything with her, to an audience, express feelings, and, you know, being able to go on my rants, as well as sharing all my good memories about her, and some bad ones, but let's be honest, with her there were never any terrible ones. Yeah, apart from the very last one, but that's neither here nor there. I just... Oh boy. This dog better fucking appreciate being part of this. This robot won, not Daisy. I wish I had a clearer photo of that, puppy photo. My mother's notoriously bad at taking photos with her phone. Alright. 3 hours, huh? One thing I did end up thinking about was trying to figure out what her birthday was, just so I could, what was it, make a, get the exact number of her birthday, and have that be the number of, good boy protocols, which is what this thing is. The activate good boy protocol is petting her, or petting the dog, but... I honestly don't know. I know she was born in 2000 and... Again, it would have been my sophomore year, so like 2012-ish, maybe? 2012, 2011, I'm guessing. Yes, because I had two years with my CAD professor before he ended up getting replaced for my final year. So yeah, it would have been 2012. Oh no, maybe early 2012. No, late because it was from my. It would have been late 2011. Yeah, 2011. Would have been right around 2011 or 12. And she was born in June, I think. Either that, it was either that or no. Wait, maybe because I picked her up from the breeders when she was relatively young, just enough to like be separated from the parent, just enough to be separated from her parent, I should say. Um, she was. I'll have to ask my dad, but I thought about making it the exact number of, um, when she was born, which, to be honest, wouldn't be terrible. 7,511. We're getting closer. We're most of the way there. I just gotta keep on it. Keep, like, stopping because I keep rambling, but... I did have that thought, but then I kept thinking, it's not very much of a dedication, especially if she's, you know... Because let's see, what would that be? Assuming we go actual dating method, that would still have me getting up to 10,000 regardless, because... Well, maybe not, actually. I mean, I guess it depends on what month she would have, like... What month she would have been born in. Because if it was 11, or... If it was either October or November, like I think it was... then it probably would have only taken up to 10,000, but any other time, I'll need to... Any other time, and I'd probably, like, start running the mills, but 10,000 I think is a nice, even number, so I'm gonna shoot for that. Guys, to be honest, I thought I'd be getting through this a little bit faster. But I kind of forgot how the, how laggy the button is. And how you can only get, like, 5 each time you do it. So, it's gonna... What the hell am I listening to? Oh, I didn't even notice it, like, changed songs on me. You know, I do kind of like it. We're gonna keep it. Plus, it also says no copyright, so I'm gonna take it at its word. As far as I can tell, there has not been. So, yeah, we're gonna keep this going. I'll have to keep paying attention to it, because I set that first batch of music to, like, loop. But I guess after so many times of looping, it'll just, like, fade out and, like, swap on to the next one anyway. Oh well. This one just started, so it seems fine. Probably should eat some of this food, but, like... I can't take my hand away from it, otherwise I'll lose progress. What are some of the good stories about her? Let's see. Because again, thinking about all these memories of her kind of like throws them all almost into a big old bowl, and then you have to try to go fishing for one that you haven't talked about already. There was a day that once my grandmother on my father's side had passed, before she had passed, she was given a older dog by the name of Brutus. And Brutus was one of the dogs that had been raised up until that point as being the only dog in a house. And he is a very good prime example of why, when you adopt dogs, try to early on get a second one, or at least bring them around other dogs more often so that they can, learn to play and communicate with other ones. Because once my grandmother had passed, we needed to find a home for Brutus. And since we had gotten our fence recently replaced with a new one that had like a lot more space for the outside, we were thinking, hey, we've got a big yard and a big house. Why don't we have Brutus come with us? So we took Brutus in, and we took him in for a few weeks, I think, maybe around like a month or two. But we brought Brutus home, and I was so eager to, have him, because my first thought was, yay, another dog in the house. I love dogs. Yay, we're finally becoming, a larger multi-dog family. I love this. Brutus was already like 12 years. He was either 12 or 13. He was an old dog, but he again was a big dog and raised on his own. And the moment he walks in the door, Duke and Daisy get up to greet him. Duke being the first to do so, because Duke's like the big dog around here, and very curious and young. This was back in 2014 when she had initially passed, when my grandmother had passed. And we bring Brutus in, and I'm like, they're sniffing each other, they're seeing what's up, and everything's all fine and cool. And Brutus, is looking around, walking around, not really doing very much. And I go, oh, hey, you want to explore the backyard? You probably, want to do so since you've been cooped up in the car on the right here. So I go over to the back door, and before I can even grab the handle, Brutus just starts barking madly at Duke. Like, I'm talking like sounding super vicious and all that. And I'm like, hey, what the fuck? What the hell? Then I get between them. Duke's cowering in a corner. Daisy's running away. Brutus is in full hunched over growling mode. I'm like, Jesus Christ, what the hell? Like I said, Brutus is a very good example of why when you adopt dogs, you try to get them used to being around other dogs as well. Because when dogs are raised in I'm gonna say a vacuum of them being the only dogs around, they feel themselves to be top dog. And if they see one that's younger than them and, a little bit more gentler, they will take advantage of that. And it quickly became unfair for us to have Brutus around because Duke was afraid to go anywhere near his food because we would always have the dog bowls lined up to each other. What was it? Daisy wasn't so much afraid of Brutus. I think she just knew that it was a bad idea to go within a certain radius of him. So she clung to me a little bit more tightly that week, or those few days. Duke, on the other hand, knew he had to go close to Brutus to go to get his food. So he would wait actively for Brutus to stop eating and go somewhere else before Brutus would actually before he would go over to get his food, which broke my heart because one, this was where Duke and Daisy had lived. This was their house. Brutus, for all intents and purposes, wasn't going to stay here forever. It was unfair that he wasn't, he didn't feel safe to go over and eat when, he was feeling hungry. I believe we ended up giving Brutus away to another family that was looking to adopt. But it took Duke maybe a week or so to get back into the spirit he was in to where he could, go over and be back in high spirits when he was eating and all that. Because it was the first time I ever saw my dogs like terrified. And I mean scared shitless. Duke would be, sitting on or be like sitting next to one of us while we were in the living room with Brutus like nearby, and you could just feel Duke quivering in fear, like constantly looking over to him, Brutus, like making sure that he wasn't gonna like jump up and do something. Daisy, like I said, she kind of just knew as long as you stayed out of his way, it was fine. So, Duke or Daisy kind of just clung tighter to me that amount of time he was there. So, and what I did to try to ease the tension off of them both, was I would take Duke and Daisy's dog bowls and I would bring them down with me so that they could eat in this, so that they could eat in like a place that was away from Brutus's food, and not have to worry about him snipping at them if they went to go eat at the same time. Brutus was very territorial. Him being the only dog in a house for a while kind of like skewed his judgment to where, oh, you want to come over here and eat the food that's next to mine? No, that's my food too. You'll eat it when I want you to. And what was it? The entire situation with Brutus kind of just reminded me just how gentle our dogs actually are. That we raise them to be, so kind and welcoming of everyone. It didn't matter which dogs we brought over, which dogs were brought over. My parents' friends, my cousins bringing theirs over, my aunt and uncle bringing theirs over. Any dogs that came over, they were completely fine with. But as soon as you have a dog that doesn't know how to behave around other dogs, that gets thrown out the window. Really made me glad that, I've dealt with dogs all my life to know how to raise them, because eventually I am going to get my own dog. And for all intents and purposes, I hope they're just as sweet as Daisy was. I mean, look at that face. Look at that face. God, she's adorable. Those puppy eyes melted my heart when I saw her. Which, granted, I love all puppies, but Daisy, I don't know. She was just so sweet, so gentle. I just... I don't know. I wish I knew what to do. I mean, this is helping to, like, make things a little bit better on me. Being able to spout out all this information about her and, make sure people know about just what kind of dog she was. Because when Cracker and Kramer had passed, I hadn't even started stuff like this. Of course, I say passed, when they were put down for their old age. I wasn't able to do anything like this, but with Daisy, she's been there for some of my darkest hours. I fully mean it when I say there was a wide stretch of time that I considered either running away and not knowing, and just being out on my own without any money to my name or anything, just being on my own, just so I wasn't weighing anyone else down, or at worst, ending it all. Just taking my own life and not knowing what to do. Daisy was the solid foundation I had. It didn't matter how shit I was feeling. She just would come up right next to me, give me a smile, lay down next to me, and spend time with me no matter what. She was everything I could have wanted for. She kept me from some of my darkest times. It's very possible that without her in my life, or Duke, I probably would have actually done something I would have never recovered from. So I kind of have to make sure that, you know, I sing her praises as much as I can, because God knows she was there to sing mine. Oh, Daisy. Oh, Daisy, Daisy. Honestly, that's one of the hardest things, is once you have a pet that, you know, you greet daily and all that, the moment you walk in the door, you're so used to saying them, you just want to start calling out for them. And right before you do, right before the words are about to leave your mouth, you realize, wait, what good's that gonna do? They're not here. I just can't believe how sudden it was. Had I known it would have been her last day, I would have picked up a special batch of beef jerky just for her. About a special blend of popcorn just for her. Fuck. Getting teary-eyed again. Oh, fuck me. Okay. It was kind of nice earlier today. Because what was it? Like I said, my manager knew about like all the stuff that had happened because my other manager told him. And what was it? He ended up going through some of my family's like Facebook pages to, you know, check to see how like all the photos they were posting of her. And he was laughing at the photos we have of the dogs sitting in the water chairs for the pool. And he goes, "They're sitting in there like they were people. That made me crack up." He goes, "No, those dogs are spoiled beyond their goddamn mind." And I go, "Yeah, we take care of them." Before I got into work today, I changed my phone's background to being one of my favorite photos of Daisy. And it's just her laying on the couch. Not that one, but where she's like staring up at you. That one, actually. Yeah, that one. It's that one, but it's a little bit more zoomed in. I changed it to that, and now it's my background for my phone. And that's just so every time I look at my phone, I can see and remember her as she was. Anyway, so when I got in and me and the manager had like a alone time, he kind of just goes, "You know, if you need anything, I'm here for you, man." And he goes, "Yeah, I did a little snooping on your profile. She definitely did look like a good dog." And I pulled out my phone and showed it to him, and I go, "Yeah, she was very soft and gentle." And I did end up breaking down right then and there. Oh, fuck. I didn't end up breaking down right then and there as I was showing him the photo, and it just like hit me all at once. while I am at work, I try my best to not, like, let my emotions come in. If I'm pissed off about something, yeah, I'll tell the guys about it, but I won't, like, make it my entire mood for the day. I'll just be like, I'm angry about this, and then move on. But with something like this, it's just, it was gonna be let out at one point or another. I'm just glad it was just me and him. He's a very level-headed guy and very understanding. And he gave me a comforting hug and all that, and made sure I was okay before, like, he went off to do, like, other manager work and all that. Thankfully, that was the only time I broke down. I came close a few times because, again, my dumb idiot self decided to make a bunch of sad song playlists. And, like, every few times the songs came on, I immediately thought of, like, moments from Daisy's life, and I was just like, oh, fuck, I'm gonna start bawling. I would play some of the songs on here for added, like, added sadness for the stream, but I don't like copyright. I don't like copyright strikes. So, I just wish you could get another day with her. If there's anything I could have ever needed. Damn it. I swear to God, this shit just hits in waves. I was fine for like an hour. Now I'm just thinking about all this stuff. It's just hitting me all at once. Damn it. God, I'm losing it all over. What are we even up to? I haven't checked. 8,000. We're getting there. God. Alright, keep going. Can't stop now. Gotta get to at least 10,000. For her. I probably still will do 100,000 at some point, but that's gonna be a long time, and to be honest, I'm probably gonna do it over the course of a week. Because, boy, howdy, is this killing my wrist right now. Probably end up doing so in, like, smaller increments, like maybe 5,000 a day. And, of course, the area of the situation isn't lost on me. I'm petting a virtual robot dog 10,000 times because I can't pet the actual dog. It's a stupid thing, but it's helpful. It helps me get over things. Not that I'm getting over her loss, it's devastating to me, but it's helping me put my time into something that's gonna be something I can reflect on, being like, yeah, I did that for her. I wonder if I should be a dick to myself, go back through and watch the stream when it's done, and single out all the points that I started crying. Just be like, hey, at 2 hours, he balls his eyes out for the first time. I don't know. I don't know why I'm so hard on myself sometimes. Maybe it's just me being cynical. I think I'm a cynical person. But to be fair, she was also the reason I would, joke about things a lot. Because no matter how hard I was on myself, she would always be there to, ask for pets and love, so. What a time. God, I swear, I would just be sitting here completely fine, and then I'll see one photo of her and get all choked up. The same photo that I've seen about 100 times as this stream's gone on. I think it's just a case of knowing I'll never be able to see that face again. Fuck. Alright. Shit. Come on, you bubble blowing devil baby. You gotta get through this. God, it's like a storm. These waves just keep hitting harder and harder. Yeah, well. I'm trying to think of what else I can say just to get my head back on good times. There was a, let me wipe my eyes for a second. Alright. There was a tree that was right next to our pool. Not a big one, just a small, like, little... I'm trying to think. It looked like a willow, but it wasn't that big. It was about maybe like a quarter of the size of a regular willow tree. And it was a smaller one that was kind of flat on the top. I don't know what the name of it was. We never bothered to figure out. But there was a tree that like sat right next to the pool in like a little catty corner to it. And it was in its own like enclosed cemented area. I don't know why they put it in there, but that was a remnant of the previous owners putting it in. That was a spot that was very frequently laid in by Daisy, purely because it was a source of shade during the hot summer when she wasn't allowed at the pool. You would just look out as soon as you open up the door, and she'd be laying directly beneath it. Sorry, I had to like a seizing in my throat that wasn't like sadness relating. She coveted that spot. That was her spot. If she was outside and it was pretty hot out, she'd just be laid right beneath it, just taking in all the shade she could. We ended up getting rid of that tree. I don't know why, but ended up just getting rid of it because I guess my mother hates anything nature related. So Daisy ended up shifting the spot that she laid into right next to the tool shed, or no, the pool shed, I should say. Not a big one, just like a small little, almost closet-sized shed that we keep all of our pool instruments in. And she would just sit right next to that in a small, like, little shaded patch right behind it, wherever the sun was. She'd just lay there for hours. Other times we have a walk-on pool cover that we got so the dogs could, like, you know, walk on top of the pool without falling into it during the winter time. Because we had a few instances in the past where our dogs, like, fell into the old pool cover we had, which was basically just a giant gray tarp that we would drape over the pool, and it collects so much, like, rain and snow water that it'd be a danger for the dogs to, like, fall into, especially with how cold that water could be. So we got the walk-on pool cover, and we tried to make sure the dogs didn't walk on it very much, given how, like, wear and tear goes. But Daisy loved that pool cover. There are so many times that once we got the pool cover, like, set up, that if you looked outside, she was laying flat on her back on top of it, kicking her legs in the air and rubbing her back against it like she was in the grass. She would just be having the time of her life rolling around on that pool cover. She loved, and I mean loved, laying out on that thing. If the sun was out that day, and it was a decent day for anything, she'd be laying flat out on her back on it, or just curled up, taking in all of the sunlight. She loved that pool cover. The amount of times I was up in the kitchen, or, you know, looking down from the windows in the basement, and just looking out at her, kicking out her feet, I would just be silently smiling and laughing to myself at how much of a goofball she was. She did the same thing with the grass. Like, if the pool cover wasn't up and she had just gotten out of the pool, she would, like, run over to the side of the yard and just roll flat onto her back and start kicking her legs as she, like, you know, scratched her back against the grass. I don't know if she was just getting, like, an itch or something, or if she just, like, really liked the feel of the grass against her fur, but she just constantly did that. And I mean constantly. There were so many times we had to, like, stop her from going back in the pool because she'd gotten so much dirt on her back, and we're like, hey, you can't dirty up the water like that. But boy, did she love just doing that little back scratching maneuver on both the grass and the pool cover. She also had a habit for finding old toys that we thought she lost. Because Duke and Daisy had like a number of like little toy balls that we would, you know, toss into the pool for them to go fetch. And they would do so. There would just be like so many times that we would just lose those toys because we couldn't find them anywhere. And there were a few times I was sitting outside with the dogs, you know, while my parents were out of town or doing whatever. I'd just be sitting outside with them, like, taking in the sunlight. I just see Daisy walk over with one of the toys we thought she lost. I'm like, where the hell did you find this? Where were you keeping this, in your secret stash? She was very good at, like, finding things. We could never get her to find stuff that we were looking for, but she was good at finding things. What else was there? Come on, there's gotta be something more that I haven't covered already. See, it's hard because I don't know, because I've been going on such a long rant for about almost 4 hours now. I don't know what I've covered so far compared to what I haven't gone over already. And, like, which part of my brain is actually going to remember all that I've covered. Because I already covered her first arriving at the house, the day that, you know, she had passed, and a lot of stuff in between. There was a time that it was right before we went on vacation for our second year down at the beach. My dog Duke was playing around with my brother, or rather, my brother was playing around with Duke, and at one point, Duke like stopped like playing with him and was holding his paw up in like a not necessarily a shake maneuver, but he was sitting up with his paw raised up in the air, and my brother thought, like, for whatever dumb reason that my brother thinks things, he thought Duke was like acting like he had hurt his paw. So he goes over and smacks it, and a bunch of blood ended up like falling out of it. It turns out during their roughhouse play session, Duke had cracked one of his claws in half and was, you know, bleeding from it. So we ended up taking him to the vet that night and, you know, got him like all patched up. Everything was fine. It's just a little bit of blood. JR was shaken about it, but I don't know why in the hell JR would ever think a dog would fake an injury. But he got some much needed jeering from me that summer, because I wanted to flat out just stay home to make sure that Duke was around like people he knew and wasn't like, you know, alone with strangers coming over to like check up on him. But apparently that wasn't okay for my mother because she had appearances to keep up, so I ended up going on vacation, and we had our neighbors come by to watch over the house and Duke while he was away, or while we were away. It broke my heart knowing that Duke was alone. Actually, no, we had Cody watch the house that year. Yeah, Cody watched the house, and what was it, about halfway through, my mom's friend Lori ended up coming over to take him to the vet. Yeah, Cody was mainly in charge of the house. And, you know, we asked him to run the pool filter to make sure the water didn't turn green, and then turn green while we were away, so, anyway, I digress. What ended up bothering me the most was the fact that, that night JR hurt Duke's paw. Duke had to spend the night at the vet to make sure that he wouldn't like open up the tear in his paw again, that he wouldn't like, you know, go digging into it while he was there. So Duke had to be watched for that supervision for that entire night, and I just felt so goddamn bad because he's in a place he doesn't know. People are doing things he doesn't understand to him. Nobody's around that he knows. It made me so worried for the poor boy. I felt so bad. Daisy might have latched onto it because when I was sleeping in bed that night, she was right next to me, and that may have been one of the only nights that, even though she had a preferred spot at the foot of my bed, she very much got up and like nestled close to me on my next to my pillow. I'd like to think she did that intentionally, but I think it was also storming that night, so maybe she just didn't like being that far away from me. I don't know. She was a sweet dog. She did a lot to make sure that you were okay, as well as, you know, paying attention to her, but that was secondary, I think, to her. There were quite a few times I found her sleeping with her tongue hanging out of her mouth. I always wanted to get a photo, but I couldn't resist doing the classic, like, coming up to it with, like, you know, very gentle pinching fingers and just trying to pull how far, see how far out you can pull it before, you know, she like wakes up and her track's in. I always did that so often. I wanted to take so many photos of her like sleeping with her tongue hanging out partially, but it's just I couldn't resist. She was so adorable. She was just so cute. I'm almost afraid to look because now that we're reaching close to 9,000, we might be nearing the point that I've passed it and didn't even realize. Okay, so we're getting there. Because I want to end it exactly on 10,000. If I go above it, oh well, who cares, but I want to get to at least 10,000 just to be able to call it a stream at that point. So, who knows? I guess the band around Daisy's neck was yellow. That was pink, but I guess that's just my memories, like, colliding. Because we always had her in a pink collar. We mainly did that as a... We mainly put her in the pink collar to give her her own identity from Cracker. Because Cracker was a golden lab. Cracker was a golden lab who we had always affixed a scarlet and gray collar to. Because we're an Ohio State family and, you know, our dogs have to reflect everything about our personality, apparently. But Cracker had always had the the scarlet and gray one, and although red and gold is one of my favorite color combinations, we wanted to make sure that Daisy had enough different about her that we wouldn't continuously call her Cracker just because she was a golden lab. So, for a majority of her time, she had a pink collar that she wore pretty much every single day of her life. It wasn't until the last year or so, when Duke ended up getting sprayed by a skunk in our backyard, that we feared the smell would permeate onto their collars. So, pretty much almost the day after it had happened, while I was at work, I picked up a new collar for Duke that was neon green. Because with Duke being as black of a lab as he is, it's really hard to see him whenever he goes outside or he's laying on our, at the time, dark green carpet like you see there. It was hard to keep track of him, so I figured, get the dog a bright neon green collar. You'll be able to see him a lot better. And then I come home to find out my mother has already gotten him a new collar. And not just any collar, one that lights up bright red. Which, you know, you can say a lot about things, but, it was stupid. Only for the sake that, in order to make it turn on, you had to physically walk up to the dog and turn it on yourself. Now, I may not know about the battery life of something, but chances are you're not going to flip it on right before, you know, you're not going to turn on that thing before you, you know, turn out the lights. You're not going to go, okay, let me turn on Duke's collar, and then let me turn on the lights. Like, it's a stupid idea. Especially if you let him outside. I guess you can turn it on before you let him out, but I don't know. So what ended up happening was, because my mother had already gotten Duke a new collar, I figured, well, you know what, why not give it to Daisy? You know, Daisy hasn't had a new collar in so long, so that neon green collar I got Duke then became Daisy's new collar. So I transferred over all of her tags, got it refitted for her, and that was the one she wore right up until she passed away. And currently, that collar is sitting on the fireplace right now with the bouquet of daisies that my parents' friend sent over. It's just sitting right at the base of it, waiting for the day that her urn comes back that I can you know, get it set up nice and pretty on one of my shelves with the collar around it and the urn, and then the 3D printout I'm gonna make for her, like little icon. Oh, it's gonna be a hard day when she comes back from the vet and she's in that nice little silver urn with the hardwood case around her. I don't know. I miss her so much. There's not very much you can do, but look back on all the times that she gave you and be thankful that she was as good of a dog as she was. I don't think there was ever a single point in my life I was mad at her for any reason. Sure, I was probably a little annoyed because Daisy, I don't know what it was with her. I think she was just a very nervous dog, but she would have these moments where she would just throw up constantly. Like, it would be completely even of a day. She'd eat her food, have it be absolutely wonderful. She didn't have, like, any complaints about eating the food, but, like, 20 minutes later, she'd just throw it all back up. You'd have to clean it up constantly, but you're like, I don't understand. You liked your food, and you eat it happily, and you constantly eat it. It would just be like, maybe, I want to say like maybe 3 times a month, you would just find like she had puked somewhere. It wasn't a great thing, but at the same time, Duke threw up too. It wasn't a case of like, oh, well, you know, this one's limited to Daisy and her having poor health. It was just, no, we kept taking her to the vet because we were scared that, like, she had torn a stomach lining or something, but no, she just never actually, there was nothing wrong. She would just throw up sometimes. Sometimes I'd end up cleaning it up. Other times when she did throw up, she hadn't eaten, so there was nothing to throw up, so it was just like, I don't know, spit or whatever, but she was a sweet dog, but we have no idea what was making her throw up so much. Quite honestly, I think it might have just been because she was getting really tired of her, really sick of her, like, current, like, feeding routine. Not necessarily that the food was bad, but that there was no variety to it. We would buy them the same dog food every single day with, like, no variation whatsoever. And that, we are reaching the end. And that, you know, her body just would start to reject it at certain points. Because I noticed it happened a lot less when I was dividing up her, like, diet with stuff I was giving her, like beef jerky and all that. Again, I have no idea if that's the case. I'm not a vet, I haven't studied to be one, so I can't say for certain. What I do know, however, is that out of everything that happened, I never, like, got mad at her for throwing up. It was usually a case of, oh, well, now I gotta clean this up. Other times what would happen is, you know, it would be late at night, she would be in my room, she would jump down off of my bed because she didn't want to throw up on it, and she would throw up, like, right next to my door, in front of my closets, and anytime it happened while I was awake, I just immediately, like, jumped down. Well, not immediately, I didn't want to scare her. I would, like, get up out of bed, go over and sit with her, and just pet her until she stops shaking from, like, you know, throwing up. And, like, I try to tell her, like, hey, I'm not mad. If you had to throw up, you had to throw up. I mean, you're alright, you're okay. But, like, because here's the thing people don't understand about dogs. They don't do things like that to be malicious. They don't do it with the sake of, yeah, I know he's gotta clean it up now. Now, that's a cat's mentality. Dogs, when they throw up or, you know, poop inside a house, there's usually, like, a reason they do so. More often than not, it'd be because, like, one, they felt like they had to throw up in that moment, or two, they've been holding it so long they didn't, like, know what to do otherwise and had to go in that point. if you get mad at a dog because they poop in the house, because they get poop in the house, or that they throw up in the house, I don't get what your end game is. Because here's another thing, and I learned this in a psychology course. If you are going to punish a behavior, it has to be immediately after the event occurs, at least in terms of dogs, so that they can associate, like, oh, if I do this, they're going to get mad about it. And for potty training, that works. Like, that's a good thing. That's a good thing to do. But when the dog is older and, like, has already learned everything it's going to learn, like, that's just going to confuse them if you don't do it, like, immediately after. A good example of that is, you know, if you go for work one day and then you come home and the dog is, like, eating, I don't know, well, let's just say the dog is, like, thrown up on like a very expensive carpet or something, and you go, oh my god, I can't believe you threw up on the carpet, this is terrible, and you start, like, you know, chastising and, like, you know, belittling the dog and all that. They're not gonna know what the hell you're on about. They threw up like 3 hours ago. You're getting mad about that now? Why are you getting mad about that now? I don't even know what you're mad at. You're just screaming at me. Like, dogs are very much visual learners as much as learners with short attention spans. You gotta know that if you're going to, you know, make them know about these things or make them aware of what they did that was wrong, you gotta do it almost immediately after it happens. Which is why when you're potty training puppies, rather than being negative and, like, you know, punishing them anytime they poop in the house, what you need to do is you need to bring them outside, even during times you should be sleeping, and sit out there with them so that when they do go outside, you can give them praise, you can give them encouragement, that you can reward them for doing so outside, so that when they're doing this, they're like, hey man, I did it outside. You proud of me? And you're like, yes, I am. You did it outside like you need to. And then if you end up punishing them at an early age for doing so in the house, they know what the difference is. They know, oh, okay, it must be bad to do so inside the house, but it's good to do so outside. I got this now. Dogs are smart. They'll pick up on it, but again, you have to associate one with the other. You have to make sure that they're learning. Daisy was a bit of the same way. Like, all dogs are when they first start out. No dog comes by immediately knowing not to shit in the house. You gotta let them know. You gotta train them. I think Daisy was a little bit of a slower learner, but that's neither here nor there. She learned in the end. There were just some days she just couldn't hold it because we were either gone too long or hadn't been paying attention. Duke is one of the bigger offenders of that, to be honest. Duke, I think, just like, I don't know if it's like how much he eats, because sometimes he'll, like, get really hungry and eat Daisy's food because we're trying to cut back on how much we're feeding him, or that his diet food that we got him isn't, like, filling him up enough. But even so, it's one of those things that you just, like, kind of have to accept. It's just a part of life. Though I'll tell you one thing that is a part of life that I'm not going to be thrilled about ending someday is that, I was at work today, and I was putting on my jacket so that I could go out and have lunch, which is just a 15-minute break for me, but I went to throw on my jacket, and I noticed, like, a few things sticking up out of my jacket, and, you know, I took a closer look at them, and I realized it was Daisy's fur, and, you know, it was poking up at, like, various points in my jacket, and normally I would just pick them up and, like, you know, toss them out to the side, like, Daisy, Daisy, Daisy. But losing a dog like how we lost them, losing a dog in general, you get really sentimental about everything. So, even though I wanted to brush that fur off, I just kept it on me. It was just another part to remember her by. And trust me, she shed a lot around here. We're going to be finding... I wouldn't be surprised if some of the fur that I find around the house is Cracker and Kramer's. And they've been gone for... let's see... like... actually... maybe like 12 years. Yeah, they've been gone for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm still finding clumps of their hair and just thinking it was Duke and Daisy's. But even so, I know this stuff on this jacket was Daisy because I got this jacket while I had Daisy. And she would lay on it if I dropped it on the floor or anything, and she found comfort in sleeping on top of my clothes. Oh, Daisy. I'm gonna miss that pup so much. I'm gonna miss that energetic smile every time I walk through the door. The clacking of her foot, of her feet and paws as she like follows you around the house. You know you live with dogs and love them enough where you start recognizing their footsteps. Because I could always tell Daisy's footsteps apart from Duke's. Duke's was always like very fast-paced and very quick to like get wherever he needed to. He wouldn't like waste very much time even if he was trying to go slow. And you could always hear like the heaviness to his footprints. Daisy, on the other hand, was very slow. She was cautious. She would wander into places and not know like if she was welcome there, so she'd like tiptoe in, essentially, check out the surroundings, and then go, oh, okay, I guess it's okay that I'm here, and then like wander in to do whatever she's doing. She'd also like stop to stare at a person or at a place or a person if they were in the set place before actually wandering in. It's almost like she was asking permission, like, hey, can I come down here? Can I come in? She was such a considerate dog. There wasn't a single time that I went, no, you can't come in. I just immediately would let her in because I knew for a fact she wasn't going to upset anything. It wouldn't matter what the project I was working on was. Having her close by always meant I was a little bit more relaxed. Oh, God. Keep focusing on petting this robo dog, and then occasionally I'll look back at my other monitor and just see her photos like going on a slideshow, as they have been for the past few hours. And I just get hit with so many emotions at once. Just the, aw, she fell asleep at her dish, and then, aw, she's gone, and I'll never see that again. Not that she fell asleep on her dish often, just I'll never see my beloved Daisy again. Oh, it hurts. Oh, man. What are we up to? Getting there. Honestly, I can't believe I've gotten this far already. Again, I may not get up to 100,000 this week or the next, but doing this and being able to share her stories is just enough for me. Yeah, part of me was worried that when I got home today that Bungie might do some emergency maintenance on the server and that they would kick me out to orbit because because I wasn't like involved in an activity, and then I wouldn't be able to continue the stream. I mean, I could, but it would just be the slideshow, and I don't know. Oh, if only. If only I had another day with her. I didn't give anything for that. Just to let her know just how much she was loved and how much I'm gonna miss her. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Once my parents ended up falling asleep last night, after all was said and done, and, you know, we had made the plans for Daisy and all that, and everything, before I went to bed, I kind of just sat down next to the couch that Daisy always slept on and kind of just stayed there for a while, just kind of thinking. Crying mostly, but thinking. She had a little Ohio State football blanket that she always laid on, and I put it down on the couch to make the couch a little softer for her since it's kind of a harder leather. She loved the couch regardless, but I try to give her that extra little bit of comfort. It is just completely covered in her fur, both hers and Duke's, but because she laid on it almost daily, it was mostly hers. She definitely left a lot for me to remember her by. And, if I can help it, I'm not gonna wash that blanket anytime soon. Not that it got very much washing to begin with, but even less so now that it holds so much of her. Oh. No, Daisy. There's another wave. God damn it. Come on, you're so close. We're getting there. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. Well, we have to. It's not been too long since I last checked, but I want to make sure I don't go over it. Getting there. Very, very getting there. Gonna have to start checking a little bit more frequently. It's fine if I go over 10,000, but I want to try to get 10,000 on the dot. Just in case I decide to go for the next few, and then I can title things appropriately. Oh, I gotta stretch my back. Been cooped up in the same position for hours. I've got headphones on. I keep hearing like something swishing over towards my back. I think it's that motherfucker over there. I think he keeps like I think he keeps like pressing buttons or something, and it sounds like something's behind me. Which is weird because it sounds like the swaying of that dog's tail, but it's like on the opposite side. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with it. Oh, what other stories about Daisy can I tell? Now that we're nearing the end. I'm sorry to hear that, Jack. Daisy ended up passing about 2 days ago now. No, that's after midnight at least. She died at around like 5 a.m. while she was in bed with me. She was a gentle thing. Yeah, I started this stream as a way of trying to help cope with her loss. The goal was to, pet the dog as about 10,000 times. I originally was going to do 100,000, but that's going to take way too long, and my wrist is already killing me from going to about 10,000. So I'm going to be trying to get up to 10,000, and then I might do the rest throughout the course of a week. I'm sorry to hear that. It's always a terrible thing when... Thanks, Jack. It means a lot. I will probably be having a video coming out in the next few weeks. I don't know when I'm going to get it done, given the, state of things right now, but I'm going to try to keep working on it daily so that I can get it out relatively soon. Hopefully it'll be a little bit more lighter-hearted, given that it's going to be a bit of a funnier thing of me teaching a new light to run in Crucible like, some of the big dogs are, but for right now, this is pretty much the plan, is just try to get this up. At least that's the plan. As we are coming up on 10,000, though, I need to start keeping more of an eye full because I want to nail it right on 10,000. We've been at this for about nearly 4.5 hours. I started with 1,000 because before she had passed, I did this basically for a meme. Like, I got 1,000 dog pets in Destiny. That's, very memeable. But now that she is gone, this actually has a little bit more meaning to it, so I might as well get it up as high as I can before... I don't know if Bungie's going to get rid of this dog by the time that the next season rolls around, or if it's going to stay, but I want to try to get it as high as I can before, I have to find out. This is a nice little thing, especially because of the tracker they give. Really gives you at least something to, work on. That does sound fun. I'll probably have to check it out if when you end up getting it posted. Mine has to be a little bit more... mine's going to be a bit longer because it's like multiple matches spread across like a few weeks. And I got to try to structure it for, showing progress as he's growing, because his first match, he gets about 4 kills. Then the next one, he gets like 5. Then as he's going through and doing the Crucible matches, I bring in a friend who has pretty much the same skill set as a new light, and I gotta make sure that I show the full like progression of him growing as a Crucible player, because he has a lot to learn. Don't get me wrong, he starts hitting the stride by the end of it, and he starts like dropping 20 to 30 kills per match, but I still gotta show like the very, very, very stark climb he had to go through to get there. How close are we? Again, I don't want to go over it. Okay, 80 more. So, because you can get 5 per, that's what, 4 more times? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Wait, did that count? Funny you mentioned that. The, yeah, I do need to pre-order a light pole as well. I've been holding off because I've been trying to get some other stuff around here to make streaming a little bit more easy and all that. But it's funny you mentioned playing like Cody, because one of the matches that I had to edit was him playing against Cody, who was the person I was talking about that plays like he's fresh into the new game. Which ended up working well because he at least had somebody around his own skill set to learn from. But yeah. How far are we? I don't know if that last one counted. Okay, it did. Yeah. Okay, so we are at our final 10 for the stream. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Should be 5 more. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that should be exactly 10,000. 10,000 dog pets on the board. The next thing that I want to do, and I don't know if I'm actually going to do so, but I have not done my placement matches at all in Crucible, and my plan is, because now, given that, what was it? I always referred to my dog by Daisy Rose. As for your question of how to get a sponsored gaming company, I don't know that I'm going to be necessarily ready for that. I mean, to be completely honest, I'm just a smaller streamer. I average about maybe 1 or 2 people watching at any given point in time. This is a bit of a special instance because I figure, what was it? It's a bit of more of a memorial thing for people to tune in, pay respects if they wanted to, and all that. But for the most part, I think I'm just gonna try seeing if I can like grow on my own merits and try to get there. I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. I do appreciate it. But what I was going to say is, because I referred to my dog by Daisy Rose, the next thing I do want to do, if I don't, bump up the dog pet counter even higher up to like, 50,000 or whatever, if I don't do that, then I want to go ahead and get my placement matches done so that I can pick up a... where is it? Oh, I know you're here. You just got released. Come on. I want to get a rose. And the reason I want to get a rose is so that I can eventually find a good color combination for it. And that might not be too off. I would like to get a rose hand cannon, and then load it up with as many kills as I get the dog pet counter, so that I can have my Daisy Rose hand cannon. So that even in game, she can be there with me to see me through things. Still gotta find a good color for her, because she's a golden lab. I don't just want to use like the usual gold, because that looks way too muddy, to be honest. It wouldn't be bad, but Destiny 2. What would be? Yeah, that's not too good. Or that's not too bad. I gotta find a good shader for her specifically. It's gotta be yellow some way, some kind of gold. It's gotta have some kind of gold for her being a golden lab. Yeah, that's not too far off. Because I wanted to also have the same, I wanted to also have a little bit... Nah, I'm not much of a Gambit guy. I kind of try to avoid doing so whenever I can, given that given that I kind of am bad at that, and the meta for it is way too, like, much to have to worry about. I always used to get stomped whenever I would play Gambit, and it just ended up not being a fun game mode for me. I like the idea. I think they could do something with it. They just haven't yet. No, I mostly do Crucible stuff, and, well, I say mostly. I'm a PvE guy first and foremost, and then I start branching onto PvP when I can get some people to play with. Yeah, that wouldn't be bad. That would not be a bad one at all. What else we got? I know it's gonna be around here somewhere. There's gotta be something. Oh, I've had a few exotics drop. Quite a number of them. Couldn't for the life of me tell you which ones which ones had dropped, but I've had quite a few drop while I was playing. Not in rapid succession, usually like spread out across like multiple weeks, but I've gotten a few. Truth be told, before this year I didn't really do much Crucible, but now that I'm trying to get more people to play and play with me, the things they want to do most are play Crucible, so I ended up doing so for them. And thankfully I had dabbled into it, so I wasn't exactly hopeless when it came to it. And I'll need to find a good shader for it when I end up getting it. Yeah, that might not be bad. A bit more of a muted yellow. I know everything's kind of like off screen and all that, but I still want to keep Daisy's montage going. Yeah, I don't know if I can compete with Fallout at that point. I mean, he's able to go through Xur's entire loadout and everything in a single minute. I don't know if I can beat that or even give like any insight that he would be able to give. Besides, if I'm going to be doing anything for how to grow the channel, it's going to be like tutorials on how I solve problems, even if they're not like the best solutions. Because, what was it? I've already gone through and done a solo flawless run of the Grasp of Avarice dungeon, and my way was super roundabout, and I don't recommend it to anyone. But if they want to do so, well, why not? It'd be a challenge. But I still want to try to see if I can get this next video. Alrighty. Hope your time on the game goes pretty well. I think I'm just about ready to wrap up the stream, given that, you know, I reached the goal I set out for. Yeah, because, like I said, the stream's been going on for about 4.5 hours now, and I already got to the 10,000, so I think I'm gonna call it a night, get some rest, and make sure that everything is. I do appreciate you subscribing to the channel. It really means a lot as I'm trying to grow as a content creator. I will be putting out a video sometime in the near future. I don't know necessarily when, because I'm only about maybe a third through the actually getting the clips together. Then I gotta figure out how to like make them best like echelon with each other and all that. But as soon as it comes out, it'll be posted on the channel, and I'll probably be leaving this stream up I don't leave most of my streams themselves as public videos. However, there is a playlist in my channel with previous streams in case you were wanting more content in order to, you know, keep in the background for something. Beyond that, there are also my previous videos, which are, I like them. They might be a little outdated for my editing, and to be honest, there's a butt ton of stuff I would change in them, but I still find them enjoyable, and as does my girlfriend, who may or may not still be here. But yeah, anything, I do appreciate you dropping by and paying condolences and all that. And yeah, this is also about the time I can probably go through with my new closing outro, which is just going to be a very simple thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Peace, love, and Pathe Matos.